man, check this out.
You're on official Rob Brown lockdown.
Represents being real. Yeah.
Real, unfiltered sports talk. Manufactured locally for the Carolinas.
Let's get it.
This is the Rob Brown Show. Get Rob. Only on
The Fan Upstate.
And let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome in. The Rob Brown Radio Show is live. Happy Monday, America. How wonderful it is to be with you once again. Hope you had a spectacular weekend. You did, unless you're a South Carolina men's basketball game. What the hell? Auburn. Again. Again. Hey, what are you going to do? It's March basketball. That's just how it works. Welcome in. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot of stuff we need to get to. We have got your bracket officially set. Yes, my friends, the Rob Brown Show will be running a bracket selection challenge again this year. I set it up this morning because I am a lazy person, and I took forever to do it. But it's up. It's good. I'll be telling you here in just mere moments from now how it is that you can get involved in that. Should you wish to attempt to display your sports knowing, your ball knowing to America, I'm going to tell you in just moments how you can pull that off. That is coming up very shortly. The NFL was wild this weekend. Kenny Pickett, what you doing, big dog? How you doing, buddy? You good? Everybody okay? We're talking about that. Russell Wilson's got his new team. He's officially a Steeler for sure now. Waited for that contract to get signed. It did. And so does Justin Fields, who is also on Russell Wilson's team now. That's going to be fun. We'll talk about that. I actually don't hate that as much as a lot of people do. And it's not because of Justin Fields. I'll tell you about that coming up later on in the radio broadcast. Obviously, we got to talk women's shooty hoops. Dawn Staley's girls, once again, the number one overall seed in the women's tournament. And let's just say that the committee did Dawn and the gals a bit of a favor. Why? Because LSU and Iowa are both on the other side of the bracket, meaning that South Carolina will have to face at most only one of them if they were to win another natty and become the 10th team to go perfect wire to wire in the route to a national championship game. They will only have to face LSU or Iowa, not LSU and Iowa, if the bracket shakes out that way. So we'll talk about that later on in the show. NASCAR went racing at Bristol yesterday. 4 cars finished on the lead lap. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Less than the fingers on one hand. 4 cars finished inside of the lead lap at Bristol yesterday. And I don't know if that's good or bad yet. Not. We're going to talk about that later on in the radio broadcast. John Blau from the Post and Courier going to join us this morning at 8:40. We will talk about Clemson. Texter says, biggest surprise, how the hell did Clemson get a 6 seed? We're going to talk about that later on in the show. You can thank Brad Brownell for that. We will talk about that later on in the radio broadcast. It is going to be a busy day on the show today. The great Malonzo out on vacation this week. A well-earned vacation for the great one, a vacation that he takes annually to do 2 things: get a haircut and do yard work. I don't understand it. All right, I don't get it. I don't get how my man shapes his entire vacation around cutting grass. He texted me on Friday and was so excited because he picked up some new yard clippers, like the big handled yard clippers. And he was very, very excited about that. Made his whole day. I don't get it. It's not up to me to get. All right. He earned the vacation. And if he wants to get it doing yard work, damn it, it's his life. So We go to the bullpen. We call in the righty. My man Brandon sitting in with us all week long. What's up, big dog?
Hey, man. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, man. Let's get it. It's going to be a good week, everybody. Woke up. You know why? Special day.
You woke up with the Atlanta United hat on today. Good 2-0 win for them over my boys from Orlando last night. I hated it. I hated it so much. I'm glad you're here because we have been talking a lot about your, not my, Atlanta Falcons over the last couple of weeks. The Dirty Birds have themselves a new quarterback in Kirk Cousins. I actually like the signing of Kirk Cousins. I honestly think the Atlanta Falcons are the odds-on favorite to win the NFC South this year because of Kirk Cousins. But a 4-year, $180 million deal for that guy, 4 years, $180. He's gonna be well north of 40 when that deal's over. I guess I get it in that you were always going to have to outbid somebody. Mm-hmm. You were always going to have to outbid a number of other NFL teams if you wanted that guy. And short of spending a lot of draft capital to jump up and get a guy out of the draft, you have probably the best available free agent, unless you believe that Justin Fields is going to turn into a dude, because you could have had him for a 6th round pick, apparently. We'll talk about that. Chicago, lull. It's a lot to pour into a guy who is closer to 40 than 30.
Well, you saw that he's only it's only really for 3 years. After the second year, they can cut him. It only counts for $10 million towards the cap space, the dead money.
I mean, it's not the worst deal in the world. We've seen dramatically worse. Again, the Chicago Bears just accepted a 6th round draft pick for a guy that has been in the league 3 years and was a 1st round quarterback. You picked up Kirk Cousins for nothing more than a contract, mm-hmm. which is good. Like I said, I get it. I think you're taking a bit of a risk that Bryce Young does not get better this year, that Derek Carr and the Saints don't get better this year. They weren't. Dennis Allen sucks, but that's not the point. That's a lot of money to wrap up in an aged free agent quarterback. So I guess you're just kind of mortgaging. If the window's open, it's going to be open right now, and we have to make a play for it right now. Welcome to the NFL.
Well, all right. So Arthur Blank, he's coming to his quote time to be done being the owner, and he said he wants to win now, and everybody supports. And if you can see the amount of support and excitement and happiness that's going on right now in Atlanta, it's hard not to be a part of that that excitement yourself. Like, yeah, I'm ready to go. Let's get it. And, I was looking up at some stats that Vegas puts Atlanta as like the clear favorites to win the NFC South now with Kirk Cousins, and I've even seen them being a 12 or 13 win kind of season. That's what I've seen some of the odds on favorites.
I've said the moment they picked up Kirk Cousins, they were the odds on favorite. That wasn't a question mark. That was a statement. There was not a bit of doubt about that to me. They are the odds on favorite. That is a statement, not a question mark. That is a spoiler alert, not a prediction. I just think you have artificially shortened your window.
Did you see how much Kirk Cousins will make throughout his entire career if he outlives the entire 4-year contract? They said $400+ million he'll earn.
Dude, the dude's been consistent. Like, yes. I know he takes a lot of crap, but the dude is the definition of consistency as a quarterback in the league. And if it wasn't for his Achilles shredding itself this year, he was on pace to have the best year of again, is it a historic career? No. Is it a career that we are going to talk about for that guy being, 20, 30 years down the line? Oh, we got to watch Kirk Cousins play? No, but it's definitely a career that in the right situation, the dude could be set up to win some hardware. Mm-hmm. And I think of the teams that were looking QB this offseason, and I've said this a number of times, Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Kyle Pitts. I mean, there's still room for Atlanta to make another move for a ball catcher out there on the outside. Of the teams that Kirk Cousins could have ended up on, Atlanta might be the best. Like, there's a lot of people who have told me since this move got made and this conversation became a thing, there's a lot of folks that have been hitting me with, oh, Rob, the Falcons are not a quarterback away. They're further away from that. And I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm saying one of those is harder to address than everything else. And that is the quarterback spot. It is the hardest position in the NFL to address. And of the free agents that are available, honestly, Russ Wilson was having a good year last year. All right. I'm tired of people dogging Russ Wilson like what happened to Denver last year was his fault. It wasn't. That was a poorly run franchise. And the Denver fans are about to suffer this year because of it. They're going to be ass this year. That they're going to be just garbage. I still trust Kirk Cousins more than I trust Russell Wilson. I don't know what Justin Fields is going to be. I genuinely don't know. I think he's better off, honestly, as Russ's backup in Pittsburgh than he is in Chicago. They went on a run last year, did the Bears. But I go back and I look at that and are you going to attribute that to Matt Eberflus? Are we going to say the coaching suddenly oh, we got it now? We understand. No, I can't. That was just a good lucky stretch. To me, a good lucky stretch of games down the line. They weren't doing anything different. It just worked a little while. Sometimes you just get lucky. And that was the vibe I got. I think Chicago is a poorly run organization behind a head coach who, no, I'm not all of the sudden singing the praises of Matt Eberflus. So now I'm looking at this squad and going, all right, you took a guy who, again, don't know if he's got the talent or not, but I'm going to let him go to work under Russ Wilson. He is showing up knowing he's the backup. Okay. Showing up knowing he's the backup, but they're only paying Russell Wilson $1.8 million, right? So it doesn't kill them to bench Russell Wilson. So if he goes in there and he kills it during the spring, he kills it in the fall, he kills it at camp, he develops chemistry, he suddenly looks like the Justin Fields Chicago wanted him to be, and Russell Wilson goes out and struggles or acts like a dork and nobody likes him anymore, it's not going to kill the Steelers to flip that QB room over and let Justin Fields get the start. But
honestly, though, with who their OC is, Arthur Smith, who gets his plays off of Madden 09, you really think that the Steelers are going to be this fantastic super team? No, I feel, and with Justin Fields being traded for, I still see the Steelers as a 6 or 7-1 team. I just don't see them getting over that hump with Russell Wilson. But Arthur Smith is a bad coach. The entire state of Georgia will tell you that too. He is just a bad coach. I don't see more than 7 wins for the Steelers.
They just won 10 and they got better.
I don't know.
They were in the playoffs last year. By the way, they won 10 last year. It was a 9 or 10. It doesn't matter. They were in the playoffs last year out of the AFC North, out of arguably, even with Joe Burrow on the sideline, arguably the toughest division in football last year, and they made the playoffs. This is, and I don't like to go bananas kissing up to a coach. Mm-hmm. It's not my game. But there's a reason we all love to point out Mike Tomlin's never had a losing season. That's hard to do.
That's
real hard to do. And he's thought it was some, we'll say, questionable teams in Pittsburgh. He has been very good as a head coach. Again, I'm not saying he and Russell Wilson suddenly make up the most formidable head coach quarterback duo in the game, or that Mike Tomlin's going to fix Justin Fields. What I'm saying is that team's not bad. And by the way, they made some moves during free agency. That I very much like, specifically on the defensive side of the football. But Najee Harris is good. George Pickens is good. Van Jefferson. I still think Pittsburgh needs one more good wide receiver because Van Jefferson is a wide receiver 3, not 2 to me. It's very similar to Carolina with Adam Thielen. It's good wide receiver core, assuming they make a pick of a wide receiver with the 33rd or the 39th, and they better. But assuming they do, They get better, not just because of the guy they add, but because they get to end up moving Adam Thielen back into the slot, which is where he does his best work. I kind of feel that way about Van Jefferson. Like, I don't need him as my wide receiver 2. I need him as a wide receiver 3. And I'll tell you, there's another guy on that list, Marquez Callaway, who played some ball down for the New Orleans Saints as well. Callaway's a speed guy. So you've got a true 3 there now as well. Man, I don't think the Steelers team is going to be that bad. And defensively, like, they could be real good on defense. So I don't know that they don't even need Russell Wilson to go in there and be an absolute stud. I just need him to show up and do what he was doing in Denver before Sean Payton and whatever the hell happened there exploded. That's it. That's all I need. All right. We're going to talk NFL because it was a hectic week last week with the free agency moves. Good weekend this weekend as far as seeing players move around. So we'll talk about that coming up later on in the show. Like I mentioned, college basketball. I'm going to ask you guys this coming up later in the show. Is there anything better in sports than a college basketball buzzer beater? I mean, I should just say a basketball buzzer beater because Kyrie's in Dallas, that little left-handed teardrop floater fading away. Oh, dude. Listen, I don't like Kyrie Irving, all right? He is annoying. He's annoying. He's annoying as a person. He's a pesky player. I love the pesky player part, but he's annoying as a person, and I don't like Kyrie. But, man, if a left-handed floating across the lane buzzer beater for the dub doesn't get you off the seat, check for a pulse, man. Check for a pulse. You ain't got one. We're going to talk some shooty hoops later in the show. I might even hold on to your butts, get into some hockey later in the show because there's some good teams out there. The New York Rangers look good. The Florida Panthers. How the hell do the Florida Panthers look good? But they do. We have got Carolina Hurricane hockey we need to talk. Again, NASCAR. It's going to be busy this AM, so I hope you will get locked in. The phone lines are open for you right now. 844-326-3663. 844-326-3663. The text line is open, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N at 71307. We'll read them on the air. Jump on the live stream with us. Facebook.com/TheFanUpstate, Twitter.com/TheFanUpstate. The Rob Brown Show on Twitch and YouTube. Come hang out with us in the stream. We're going to get some behind-the-scenes conversations going during the break. I am Rob Brown, branded in for Lonzo. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Real sports talk, real sports fans.
The Fan Upstate
Is the sports voice of you, the Upstate fan. Call 844-FAN-PHONE. That's 844-326-3663. The Fan Upstate. Take control of your listening experience with Rewind on the Odyssey app. Missed a jaw-dropping moment?
Good morning,
No
everybody.
worries.
Welcome in.
Odyssey
And
app
now
makes it easy.
that
With
you're here,
Rewind, you can
give us 30
relive
seconds.
big
We'll be
moments
right
from
back.
Mark
Don't go
Ryan,
anywhere.
Rob Brown, Jim.
recruiting
All right,
average
amigos.
of a class ranked around number 10.
Trey, from what I
Certainly, with
understand,
more
the Bears have
teams
multiple
in,
suitors,
the
and
requirements
Justin
to
Fields
get in
picked the
have dipped.
Steelers. That's
Where
the
do you
story
need
that's
to
going
be?
around. I don't know
Right
if it's true or
around
not,
top
but
15, top 16, which is
the
fantastic
story is he
news
wanted
if you are the South Carolina Gamecocks. Because for not just the last year, this last season, but also the 2023 season, Shane Beamer has now hit the blue chip ratio 2 consecutive years. You do that 4 consecutive years, you have 50% of your players be 4 or 5 stars, and what you have is a roster that meets the minimum requirements to win a bloody national championship.
Number 1 for real afternoon sports talk.
Offsides with Mark Ryan.
3 to 7 on The Fan. The Fan.
Upstate.
Hi, this is Mark Ryan with Offsides, and we're going to be live at Ingles Markets in Spartanburg, 8004 Warren H. Abernathy Highway this Wednesday, 3 to 7 p.m. And we'll be doing some trivia and giving away a $25 Ingles gift card.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy?
Totalmente.
And you get unlimited 5G data, $25 a line for 4 lines on the unlimited plan at an amazing price with no contracts. Should you switch to Total by Verizon? Definitely.
Totalmente.
Find a store or
knockoff.
switch
Here we go.
at
Pretty
totalbyverizon.com. Monthly rate when you activate without a pay plus taxes and fees. Discount begins the month after you enroll. Additional terms apply. See website for data management practices.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt!
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online. Pay
Yeah,
nothing
watch this
to
is
it.
crazy.
Switch
Yeah.
to Jackson Hewitt and pay less.
Look how this ends. It's crazy.
Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New
And
clients
when I mean
only.
he is
Anticipated
wide
locations
open.
through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Sponsored by
Nice. 17 seconds.
ChumbaCasino.com. With over 100 online casino-style games, Chumba Casino is your go-to destination for nonstop entertainment. Play
Wide
for fun
open.
and play for free at ChumbaCasino.com.
Back door.
No purchase necessary.
Basketball
VGW
101, man.
Group. Void or prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 18+.
Your guide to the gridiron. The maestro of the matchups and the keeper of all things cool in the sports world. This is the Rob Brown Show.
Oh, yeah. Lonzo's here, too.
This is the Fan Upstate.
So we're opening it up one more time again. We did this last year. The Rob Brown March Madness bracket selection game, competition, pick 'em, whatever you want to call it. We got you set up. We're doing it again this year. Last year's prize will be this year's prize again. That is, you will be invited to come on the show and host a segment along with me. I know it's early in the morning. I don't care. You want your time in the sun, you got to wake up early, okay? So we're going to do it again. If you would like to play this year, email me, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. Shoot me an email to that email address, and I will reply from that email address with an invitation link to the pool. If you want one, you've got to get it through me. So shoot me an email, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. The winner of this year's bracket selection contest will have the opportunity to come on and host a segment with me today. Not today, when the contest is over. Obviously, I mean, you can call your shot today, but it doesn't mean you're going to win it. Point is here, all right, you can shoot an email, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. If you come through that email address, you will get an invitation link back in your email. You click on it and join. We will obviously be running it through CBS Sports, as we are a CBS Sports affiliate. We'll go through CBS Sports. Winner gets a segment. Last year's winner, Diddy, our own Mike Venditti, the Diddy, Didius Maximus, is going to be back in the game this year. And I believe told me last year that he was hanging on like a WWE Money in the Bank briefcase winner is going to be hanging on to his segment until the end of the run, which is this week. So I believe Diddy's going to be joining us later on in the week to come in, and we'll probably talk some baseball, if I had to guess, with notorious Boston Red Sox fan Mike Venditti. Diddy going to join us later on in the week. But it is your chance to pick up a segment if you would like to, and if you can, win this thing. So, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com is the link. My man Joey hit me first up, already on the invite list. Joey's already in. Joey, that email is back on its way to you literally right this very second. But if anybody else wants in, Rob.Brown at thefanupstate.com. The winner gets an opportunity to come on the show and chant with us. Chat with us. Chant with us? I mean, you can chant. It's your segment. It's going to be weird if you do, but whatever. Chat with us here on the radio broadcast. So now that we are there, now that we are talking a little bit of basketball, the brackets are out. And one of the teams that is not in is Kent State. Did you see the end of that game? My goodness gracious. What are we doing here, Kent State? Do me a favor, turn that computer up, and on, Brandon, because I would love to roll the audio for you guys of the last 42-ish seconds of this game. It's bad. Yes. Wow.
I saw the highs, and I was really blown away when I saw that. I was like, how would you foul? Why would you foul with, 5 seconds left to do that?
Yep, because you weren't paying attention. Julius Rollins for Kent State made a mistake at the worst possible time. They put Akron down a point. Akron down 61-60. Greg Tribble gets the inbound with less than 6 seconds left. And Rollins rolls over and hits the foul, the auto foul, to send him to the line. Both free throws got made by Tribble. Akron up 62-61. Jalen Sullinger tried to hit a game winner before the buzzer. It did not go. Listen, mental mistakes happen. We all make them. Like, for instance, when I say you can come on and chant on the show with us. Obviously, I meant chat. I'm just an idiot. It happens to everybody. What an absolute time to make that mistake, dude. Just the worst possible time to make that mistake, and it cost you a bid. The conference, the MAC, got one postseason berth, and Akron is headed there despite the fact that Kent State had a 1-point lead inside of 5 seconds left to play. I don't need to spend a ton of time on this. Listen, for those of you that are out there coaching up America's youth, something that, and I mean it when I say it, is very important. How many times have I said on this show, youth sports, to me, is one of the most important things that we do in this country. All right? All of them. Baseball, soccer, basketball, football. Youth sports is one of the most important things that we do in this country. Youth sports is where kids learn these life lessons that go with them forever. It's where kids learn sportsmanship. It's where kids learn teamwork. It's where they learn discipline. It's where they learn to win with humility and lose with grace. It's where they learn just how to people, just how to be social people. But you got to talk to them about understanding situations. That is a life lesson too, is being able to look around at everything going on around you and go, this is good, this is bad, I got to fix that, or I got to address that. You've got to learn how to pay attention to your surroundings and how to deal with them. And when you are in that spot, when you are in that moment, with a conference berth on the line, with the opportunity to go to the dance and establish yourself as a Cinderella on the line, you got a cat who walks over and basically just hands the ticket back. Now there's a great possibility that Akron comes down the floor and they run an incredible offensive set and they do something spectacular and they knock down a buzzer beater and they pull off what I think, Brandon and I talked about this before the show, there is nothing better in sports than a basketball buzzer beater. As far as excitement level, as far as getting you up off the couch, I think a buzzer beater might be it. Maybe that's just because it's March and we've had a few of them already. But like, I go back to the race at Atlanta a couple weeks ago, a 3-wide photo finish. That's way up there. A walk-off dinger in the bottom of the 9th of an MLB game, way up there. A walk-off touchdown in football, all great. But man, there's just something about a basketball buzzer beater, and maybe Akron hits one. And maybe today we're talking about Akron going into the dance on a buzzer beater, but instead we're talking about them going to the dance because of the dumbest foul in the history of basketball. Okay, probably not, but it was the dumbest foul of the weekend for sure. So we'll talk a little bit more about some of the other teams that have and have not gotten in. By the way, and the SEC championship game, dude, I don't know if you were watching. I was. Florida center. He plays center, yo. Plays center. I'm an idiot. All right, Florida center Micah Hanlington broke his lower left leg in the opening minutes of the final. It was a compound fracture. Shin bone ended up coming out of the leg. You could, and I did because I made the mistake of being in the bro cave with the volume cranked up. You could hear the bone snap.
Oh, gosh.
On TV. You could hear the bone snap on TV. Immediately saw blood coming down the back of his calf. Look, it was a freak accident, right? It was a freak accident. It happens. It's sports, man. Like, one of the things that I think we all accept but do not acknowledge when we tune into this stuff. One of the things we all accept but don't acknowledge is that, like, injuries happen, bad stuff happens. And, you know, you hope whenever you see a guy like roll an ankle or whatever, you're like, all right, man, put some ice on it. Hit the old Rice method, right? Get out there, hit that ice bath, hit the heating pad afterwards. Hope you're okay, big dog. And then something like this happens.
That could be career ending.
Dude, that could be like ability to walk ending. I mean, if that's not taken care of immediately, that is in the ambulance, going to the hospital to have surgery now bad. And there's a lot more that could come out of that. I mean, that's, you know, if that bone slices a vein or an artery on the way by, I've heard people talk about that before. It's terrifying, man. It is. And, you know, at that moment, it's like, I don't know what you do. What do you do? How do you, and I mean this, how do you get back out there and play after that, right?
I had a career-ending injury when I played basketball. I tore my ACL and MCL, and I have a scar the size of my hand on my right knee. And back in 2002, they didn't have the technology they have nowadays, so you can come back. So I could never return.
And look, it's rough. And I'm going to say it's rough, and don't take this the wrong way. All due respect, that's a lot different than a bone jutting out of the back of your leg. You know what I mean? Like, an ACL, MCL, like, yeah, but even in the I don't know, when you played high school football, I'm going to say the early 2000s.
Yes.
Even in the early 2000s, we had the ability to fix ACLs and MCLs. I'm not, and obviously we do have the tech to fix a bone sticking out of the back of a leg, but if you're Auburn, but especially if you're a teammate of this kid and you're looking over and my man's rolling around on the floor with his shin bone sticking out the back of his leg, like, it's no surprise that Florida was flat the rest of that game, which is too bad because Todd Golden, who, by the way, SEC tournament coach, without a doubt, like, Todd Golden's Florida Gators were just on another level. they were playing great basketball, like frustratingly great basketball. If you're anybody else in the SEC, of course you're going to be flat after that. Of course you're going to be flat after seeing the inside of your teammate's leg. Of course you're going to be flat after you see his mom and dad in tears at midcourt trying to console him. Of course you're going to be sad when you look over and, Auburn's got a damn prayer circle going around their bench, because what the hell else do you do in that spot? Of course you're going to be flat. But I hope Micah's good. I hope he's okay. I hope his surgery went well. I hope we hear from him sooner rather than later. That's just rough, dude. And like I said, I think we all kind of hit these realizations sometimes. And I think it can be tough. We all understand when we play, when we watch, when we tune into sports, that there is the possibility something could go catastrophically wrong. The bodies of elite caliber athletes are put through a lot, and we all kind of have to acknowledge that that's the case, and it is a reality, but it does not make it any easier when something like that happens. So hope that young man's okay. Hope he's able to bounce back. Again, don't know what a path forward from that looks like. Do you remember that? What was it? What was the kid's name from Louisville that happened to?
Oh my God, yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, his leg was like dangling.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yes. I don't think he ever came back.
Kevin Ware.
Yeah.
That was his name. Kevin Ware. It was one of the most brutal injuries I've ever seen in my life. I was watching that game too. One of the most brutal injuries I've ever seen in my life. And this was on par with Kevin Ware's leg. It's just like, how do you handle that, right? Like, how do you, if you're a basketball player.
Think about the mental part of it too. Like, you're scarred for life because you as a player, you're like, oh my God, I have to make this one wrong step.
Yeah, that could happen to
me.
me.
You're like, I'm done. I can't do it again,
Yeah, that could happen to me. I mean, that's a distinct possibility. And for the record, again, like, could happen to any of us, man. Like, I'm almost 40 years old. I take a stair. If I take a step downstairs the wrong way, yeah, that could happen to me too. But again, what these kids put their body through, it's rough. So it's rough to see. All right. Texas said St. John's got host too. St. John's, oof. I'll tell you what, St. John's won like their last 13 straight, and I think 7 or 8 of them by 14 or more points. St. John's was on a different level. After Rick Pitino a couple of weeks ago just ripped his own team. I mean, ripped his own team, ripped his school, ripped his facilities, ripped his athletic department. And then all of a sudden, St. John's ends up as the best 20-plus win team to not get in. That was something else. I was stunned by that, especially considering there's a couple of like 15 and 16 win teams in. And I know they're auto qualifiers, but St. John's not getting in is probably one of the few snubs. I'm like, yeah, I probably would have made room for them. So we're going to talk about that later on in the show. All right, let's run to a break. Again, if you want in on the Rob Brown Show bracket selection contest of 2024, shoot me an email right now to rob.brown@thefanupstate.com, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. You get in, you win, you get to come on the show and host a segment with me at the time of your choosing sometime between now and next March. rob.brown@thefanupstate.com if you want to jump in. Let's take a break. We'll come back. Talk a little more college basketball. I got golf. I got NASCAR running at Bristol this weekend. We got NBA, NFL moves all over the place. Going to be a busy day. Rob Brandon and you on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Listen on your phone. Download the Odyssey app and search The Fan Upstate.
I'm Chuck Sanders. Here's the Sports Flash presented by Progressive. The NCAA men's basketball tournament field has been set. UConn announced as the number 1 overall seed for the tournament. The defending national champion Huskies just wrapped up their first Big East title since 2011. They stay close to home in the East Regional in Boston. Houston's the top overall seed in the South Regional. That's being held in Dallas. The Midwest Regional taking place in Detroit.
that bad.
All right. Thanks
a
for
little bit
hanging
of
out, kids.
construction on
Welcome in.
26 both sides between Highway 292 and Highway 11. You got one lane blocked right now. Really not much of a backup. From the News Talk 98.9 WRD Traffic Center, I'm Lori Houston on the Fan, upstate.
From the Ingalls Market Studio, the Fan.
Upstate. 97.7 FM Greenville. 97.1 FM Spartanburg.
Always live from the free Odyssey app. CBS Sports Radio.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt could lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt.
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt.
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online.
Are you gonna give your big upsets?
Hey,
you think will happen?
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed.
I think
Proof of prior year payment required when filing.
I think
Clients
New
only at
Mexico
participating
wins.
locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Ulta Beauty's
You ever heard
semi-annual beauty event is
Mark
happening now.
calls
Unleash your love for
Brad
beauty
Brownell?
with 50% off daily
Brad
beauty
Brownell,
deals on hair,
la.
skin, makeup, and fragrance. Shop your favorite brands
You know,
like Tarte
and-
and Fenty Beauty by Rihanna. Plus,
Well, if
grab
he
perfect
loses
hair
his first
care
game,
pairs from brands like
he's got to be
Redken
gone.
and Olaplex.
I told him,
And
I
check
said
out
the
new
only
varieties
way
from brands
he
like Charlotte
would
Tilbury and Dyson.
save his
Shop
job
the Ulta Beauty
is if he
semi-annual
wins
beauty
the whole
event
thing.
online, in-store, or try pickup today. Now through March 28th. Ulta Beauty. The possibilities are beautiful. Conditions apply.
Mm-hmm.
Your morning jolt of sports. It's the Rob Brown Show.
I wouldn't mind. I know we're on record talking about Cooter, Jim Bob Cooter, and we're talking about
This always cracks me up.
You got to say it the right way, Rashad. You got to say it. You got to do it, man.
I can't do it with the slang, man.
Jim Bob Cooter.
Come on, Jim Bob Cooter.
I can't do it.
Don't hit snooze.
30 seconds.
The Rob Brown Show. Now morning 6 to 10 on the Fan.
The Fan, Upstate.
Staples Print Big Sale means the more you print, the more you save. Get $20 off your print purchase of 100 or more, 50 off your print purchase of 200 or more, and 100 off your print purchase of 300 or more. Ends 2/10/24. See staples.com/print for details. Print more, save more at Staples.
Pluto TV won't cost you a thing because everything is free.
This-
so if you
after
wanna
this
watch
is where I hit the,
Braveheart, Mean
sports
Girls,
flash,
or The
right?
Price is Right.
Okay.
Well, The Price is Right. It's free. Just download the app, which, by the way, is also free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Always streaming wherever you are on the Odyssey app. Make the Fan Upstate a favorite.
All right, it's a discussion that, frankly, I'm quite tired of. It's a discussion that has been had again. But it's a discussion that is necessary, whether you want it to be or not. What does old Bradley Brownell need to do in this tournament in order to save his job at Clemson? And first off, does he need to do anything to save his job at Clemson? I pointed out that to me, there need to be some props given for the fact that as opposed to entering the Atlantic Coast Conference tournament on the bubble and needing to make a deep run in the ACC tournament before, of course, being bounced in the first round by a Boston College team that would then go on to lose their very next game, Brad Brownell was locked in 3 weeks before that. And he locked you in, and we were going to talk about this, so we might as well bring it up now. He locked you in by doing exactly what he said, which is kind of manipulating the net ratings, right? Like he went out there, he scheduled a bunch of tough off-season games. He did so to bump up the SOS of this team. It absolutely worked. Clemson was locked in 3 weeks ago. So now that Clemson has been locked in for a month, I'm not saying it was good or right or whatever, but it makes sense that the emphasis on being successful in conference tournaments over the years has kind of decreased. I was talking to John Martin, who is a host on 92.9 The Game in Memphis, Tennessee on Saturday, on Bet for the Cycle on Saturday. He's a big college basketball guy, big in the world of college basketball. And I said to him, we were talking about some of the teams that got bounced out of the conference tournament. Some good teams getting bounced by teams that were shocking. Basically, everybody who lost to NC State on their way to an ACC title this year. And I said, John, do you think that there has been a fall off in the level of importance that teams put on the conference tournaments? And he was like, yeah, no, for sure. There definitely has been a fall off. I don't think it has the weight to it that it did in years gone by. And I said the same thing. My thought on why, or my ability to prove it, is this. We had a caller last week on the show who called in and he said, Rob, that's a weak take. Yes, conference tournaments still matter. Conference titles still matter. And I'm not saying that they don't matter. I'm saying there's not the weight on them like there has been in years gone by. And my proof of that, if I may be so bold as to call it that, my proof of that was this. If I was a magical genie, if I was Will Smith from Aladdin a couple of years ago, and I was to snap my fingers, and I was to give you one of two realities, and I would guarantee you that one of these two realities was to come true. Reality A, I could take your team and I could guarantee you a conference tournament championship and an auto ticket to the dance. But you still got to play starting in the round of 64. Or I could snap my fingers and guarantee your team was in the Final Four. Which one are you taking?
Ooh.
I asked that question of a lot of basketball people since last, I think that call was either Wednesday or Thursday. Since that time, I've asked probably 17, 18 different people. Obviously, yesterday being St. Patrick's Day. Went out with some buddies yesterday afternoon to celebrate my Irish roots. And I asked a number of buddies while I was out, hey, which of these two, including a couple of Clemson guys, which of these two would you take? I could guarantee Clemson wins the ACC championship, or I can snap my fingers and put Clemson directly into the Final Four. What do you want? And consensus, they said, I'd rather be in the Final Four. Consensus. I'd rather you guarantee me a Final Four berth. And that's the correct answer. And then I have to go one step further, and I have to point out that I offered you an ACC championship or a Final Four berth. Almost everybody selected the Final Four. Hey, do you know what happens when you get into the Final Four? You still have to win 2 more games to be a national champion, right? Just about every fan that I asked, I think there was like one exception, but just about every fan that I asked, when given the choice, said that they would rather create a spot where their team had no trophies and still 2 more games to win in order to become the national champions over a guaranteed tournament championship berth. That's why I said the weight's not there for the ACC tournament. But for Brad Brownell, that excuse is off the table now, okay? You done used it. You got bounced in the first round. You did not make the deep run through the ACC tournament that you had hoped to make. You got sent home by BC, a respectable BC team, by the way, not a bad BC team. Like they were a 19-win team. It's not a bad team, but you were a favorite. You were supposed to win that game.
And if they got blown out, they didn't lose by a point or two. They got blown.
Yeah, it was not
out.
good. It was not good. So that excuse is now off the table. And so now the question is, what does this tournament look like for Brad Brownell to not get bounced from that job? Is it a win in round 1? Is it a Sweet 16? Is it an Elite 8? What's the mark that he needs to hit that specifically Clemson fans are not going to be calling for my dude's job at the end of the year? And I've got to think I've got to think, and I could be wrong, probably not, but I could be. I have got to think that a bounce in the first round has got to be it, right? Like, thanks for getting us in. Thanks for the lock. But what's the point? What's the point of going to the dance if you can't talk to a pretty girl, right? What's the point of going to the dance if you're going to be a wallflower? There's no point to it. So it was a great season. It was a great regular season. It was a bad run in the ACC title picture. It is what it is. Like I said, I am absolutely taking the silver lining here. But the first round odds are out, dudes. The first round odds are out. And Clemson is entering round one against the Lobos as a dog. 6.5-point underdog. 6.5-point dog in the opening round game. I think it is fair to say that, unfortunately, that's not going to get it. You are going to have to pull not a seeding upset, but a Vegas upset to move on. Now, you're healthy. You will have had at that point over a week off to get right. If this team comes out flat, if this team comes out uninspired, if this team comes out and drops an L against New Mexico State, you come out and drop an L against a mid-major, I gotta say that's it. And like I said, we've had plenty of Clemson dudes and dudettes on this show who have said, Brad Brownell's a great guy. He's a great dude. It's hard to root against him because he's a fun guy. Like, he's nice, he's good, he works hard, he believes in his guys, and all those things are well and good. I love to hear it. But it's a performance-based job.
What's that old saying? You can talk till the cows come home, but until they come home, it's just talk.
Yeah. I mean, it's a performance-based job. And with the talent that can come through that school, and when you're and I can't imagine that the disappointment is not at least to some degree magnified right now by the fact that Lamont Paris is over at South Carolina with a school that was projected to finish dead last in a pretty good SEC. They got 8 teams in, okay? I think the ACC was better than people gave it credit for, but the selection committee ended up sending over 8 Southeastern Conference teams and 5 out of the ACC. And so in on paper, more difficult conference, Lamont Paris also got his team a 6 seed. Now, Lamont Paris also got bounced in his conference tournament. Got bounced hard. I don't know what it is. Bruce Pearl's just got Lamont's number this year. That is back-to-back losses by 30 or worse. Not great, Bob. But I can't imagine for Clemson fans to look right on down the road to Columbia, South Carolina at a second-year guy with a roster that was expected to get it handed to him, to watch him end up with the same seed, and by the way, is a favorite to win at least the opening round game. And we're going to talk a little bit about the bracket setup, about the path to the Elite Eight and the Final Four for both of these teams. But to look across the road and see what Lamont Paris is doing at South Carolina, I got to think, if you're a Clemson fan, anything less than a Sweet 16, you feel like you're spinning your wheels a little bit, right? Again, I don't call for or celebrate a dude losing his job, but anything less than a Sweet 16, and I got to think, if you're Clemson, you're at least considering looking into another direction for your head coach, because that's, if you're going to do it behind PJ Hall, this year's the year to do it. Texture says, Rob, he needs to make it to the Elite Eight or goodbye. Elite Eight. Well, the good news is the bracket's out. And the good news is we know which teams stand between Clemson and the Elite Eight. We're going to break down the path to a Final Four for both the Gamecocks and the Tigers, and Don Staley's Gamecocks coming up later on in the radio broadcast. Do want to remind you, if you would like to be in the Rob Brown Show bracket pick'em contest, what you need to do is send me a request to rob.brown@thefanupstate.com, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. April is in. My man Nolan is in. Joey's in. We already got a bunch of folks in. Winner gets to come on and host a segment with me at the time of your choosing between now and next March. Ladies and gentlemen, that's hour 1 in the books. Hour 2, including your water cooler cheat sheets, up next. But before we get to that, let's get to this. Hey, look at that. I'm going to do the sports flash. The dance floor is open with the announcement of the men's and women's basketball championship brackets yesterday. On the women's side, Dawn Staley's Gamecocks once again the overall #1 seed after an undefeated season as they look to become the 10th women's team all time to go wire to wire without an L. Caitlin Clark and the Hawkeyes are also on the other side of the bracket as #1, setting up a potential rematch in the Natty. LSU also on the other side as well. On the men's side, UConn, Houston, North Carolina, and Purdue are in the 1 seeds. The Clemson Tigers earned a 6th seed in the West and will open with New Mexico. Lamont Paris and his Gamecocks grab a 6th seed as well in the Midwest, where they'll meet the Oregon Ducks and the winner of Creighton versus Akron if they move on. And Scotty Scheffler winning the TPC at Sawgrass for back-to-back after a final round 64 becomes the first repeat winner in the 50 years of that event. Wyndham Clark had a chance to tie on 17, but saw his birdie putt lip out. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show. Nailed
Unique
it,
and
boys.
unlike any other sports talk show. It's BetMGM tonight, Monday through Friday from 7 to 11.
Me some more
Only
water.
on
Y'all
the
stick
Fan.
around. We will be right back. right, y'all, we're back. Thanks for hanging in there.
D on it, or it's got a tiger paw on it, or it's got a gator on it. They'll defend it till the ends of the earth. I'm not going to blame fans for being fanatical, but it just should have never happened. I mean, you just can't allow that. You know, Juice Wells just going on his pettiness tour, and the bigger error, though, was them allowing him building in the first place, and allowing a guy like Juice Wells to basically troll your entire fan base while in the facility. Just a crazy, crazy look. Welcome to the new era of college football, unfortunately.
Number one for real afternoon sports talk.
Offsides with Mark Ryan.
3 to 7 on the Fan. The Fan.
Upstate.
When something happens to your car, you might say, But what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
The Fan.
Upstate.
WYRD Greenville.
WORD Spartanburg.
WFBC HD3 Greenville.
W249DL Greenville.
W246CV Spartanburg. CBS Sports Radio. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Man, check this out.
You're on official Rob Brown lockdown.
Represents being real. Yeah.
Unfiltered sports talk. Manufactured locally for the Carolinas.
Lockdown!
This is the Rob Brown Show.
Get robbed!
Only on
The Fan. Upstate.
And here we go, dudes and dudettes, with our number 2 of the Rob Brown radio program. I am Rob Brown. The great Alonzo out on a very earned vacation today. So, my man Brandon coming out of the bullpen to fill in, pinch hit, whatever other sports metaphor you'd like to use this morning. 4 hours of sports talk, entertainment, greatness coming your way right now on The Fan Upstate. Available at thefanupstate.com. And, of course, on the one, the only Odyssey app, AUDACY. Grab it, put it on your cell phone, and don't miss a minute of the action of the Rob Brown Show, Offsides with Mark Ryan, or any of the other spectacular programming that we have lined up for you every day around the clock. It is, ladies and gentlemen, 7:02 in the morning, which means that you are at this point less than an hour away from getting clocked in, less than an hour away from responding to those passive aggressive emails that your boss sent over the weekend, less than an hour away of how you are going to have to make up a lie because you were knocking back some green beer yesterday and didn't want to work, but got to tell the boss something that's, not that. And then once you do those things, once that part of your day is over, then it's going to be time to walk down the hallway, to go stand next to the water cooler, to chat sports with your coworkers. And if you're going to do that, you're going to need this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
You hear that?
even before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go.
Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It is the water cooler cheat sheet, the top 3 sports stories that you need to know before you go start talking sports with your friends, your coworkers, dare I say, if you're fortunate to work in a lovely place, your work family. Let's go ahead and jump in. Let's jump into item number 1. We get it started, of course, with the release of the 2024 men's and women's college basketball brackets for the big dance, as they call it. We start over on the women's side, where this may or may not shock you. It definitely should not, but the South Carolina Gamecocks are indeed the number 1 overall seed. They will get the easiest path as they start off in Albany. 1 bracket up at the top left-hand corner. Opening round, they will get the winner of a play-in game. Interesting bracket set up for the Gamecocks. Why, you might ask? Well, because the 2 primary rivals, or at least the 2 teams that I think most of us consider the primary rivals for this squad. That, of course, would be the Iowa Hawkeyes, starring one Caitlin Clark, and the LSU Fighting Tigers, starring, of course, Angel Reese and Haley Van Lith, coached by Kim Mulkey. Well, would you look at this? Both of those teams are on the other side of the bracket, meaning that if Dawn and the gals were going to meet back up with Caitlin or with Bayou Barbie, the only way it would happen is if they were to meet up with them in the national championship game. That means that they will, at maximum, have to play only one of those two teams. However, it does not mean the path to get there is going to be an easy one. North Carolina, Michigan State is the 8-9 game of which the Gamecocks will face the winner should they get out of the first round. Further down in that bracket, Oklahoma, Indiana waiting for that team in the Sweet 16. If they make it to the Elite 8, there's a decent Nebraska squad, a good Oregon State squad, a good Ole Miss squad, and the number 2 seed Notre Dame Fighting Irish waiting down the path as well. It is by no means going to be an easy path to the Final Four for this basketball team, but the good news is the two teams that feel to be the biggest threat don't seem to be. They are both on the other side of the bracket. So there's your good news. By the way, Texter has requested multiple times, and I was always going to get to it, Texter, but here we are talking about it. Congratulations to the Presbyterian Blue Hose women's basketball team making the tourney. They get the play-in game. They will take on Sacred Heart in the play-in game, which, of course, is in 2 days. And should they win that game, they will be treated to a first-round matchup with the South Carolina Gamecocks. All right, so maybe
Presbyterian is the smallest school. They said
it is the small school. And listen, it is spectacular. They got in. I am geeked for them that they got in. That's awesome. Probably not super pumped are the Blue Hose about seeing Dawn Staley's gals listed as their second opponent because they do have to get by Sacred Heart out of the play-in. Auburn and Arizona, Holy Cross and UT Martin, Vanderbilt and Columbia are your play-in games on the women's side. Over on the men's side, we have talked a little bit about this once already today. We might as well get to it one more time again. On the men's side, the Gamecocks are in. The Tigers are both in. Both of them in as 6 seeds. UConn, Houston, Purdue, North Carolina, come on and raise up. All getting in as your 1 seeds. I thought, I honestly, I really thought that we were going to end up seeing Tennessee as that final 1 seed, but Tennessee got upset in the SEC tournament, and it did just enough damage to get them bounced out as a 1 seed. So those 1 seeds go again, Purdue, North Carolina, UConn, and H-Town. Over in the East, you are going to see a couple of teams lined up that I think are threats to UConn. One of them, a potential Sweet 16 matchup in the SEC champion Auburn Tigers. Down in the West, that is where you find the Clemson Tigers. You got good news and you got bad news. The good news is you're in. The good news is you're a 6 seed. And the good news is your regional bracket could have been dramatically more difficult. Baylor's in it, Colgate's in it, Dayton Flyers in there, Nevada, Arizona, Long Beach State. They are all in that western portion of the bracket. The bad news is, of the teams on that side, you caught probably the most difficult matchup in round 1. That is the 11 seed New Mexico. That's a good little team. Clemson, an opening line, and I'll look and see if these lines have moved at all. An opening line, 6.5 point underdog. So you are up against a team. If you go back to the beginning of the year, you will recall, I assume, that Brad Brownell pointed out that he believed a lot of teams and a lot of conferences were manipulating the net ratings in order to earn themselves a better looking SOS than they actually had. And he believed the committee had been awarding them. Well, I'm going to go ahead and tell you. They kind of pulled back on that this year. There's a lot of teams with pretty decent net ratings, St. John's, that did not get in. The problem is that also means they let in some good teams this year that did not look great across the net line. New Mexico being one of them. Didn't look great across the net line. Pretty good basketball team overall. So tough first round draw for Clemson. Over on the other side of the bracket, South Carolina wasn't done any favors in their 6-11 matchup either. They're going to catch the Oregon Ducks in round one. The Ducks out of the Pac-12 ended their season with a 23-11 record that included 4 straight dubs in the Pac-12 championship tournament, including a win over number 6 Arizona, a team that a lot of us also thought could be playing for a number 1 seed, a same team that beat them by 20 about a week and a half before that. They turned around and got them back 67-59 before knocking off Colorado en route to a Pac-12 championship this year. Not a good draw for South Carolina out of the gate. And even worse news, waiting for them in the second round, the Creighton Blue Jays, a team that plays a style of basketball that could and probably will be wildly frustrating to South Carolina. So both teams catching a 6 seed, both teams catching a real interesting matchup in matchup number 1. We'll break down the path to a Final Four for Clemson and South Carolina, both coming up later on in the radio broadcast. Let's get to item number 2 on the show. And for that, we head over to Bristol. Yesterday, the fellas spinning circles on the short track. Denny Hamlin ends up with the win yesterday. Denny Hamlin said, quote, "That's what I grew up here doing in the short tracks in the Mid-Atlantic, South Boston, Martinsville. Once it became a tire management race, I really liked our chances. Obviously, the veteran in Martin, he knew how to do it as well. We just had a great car, great team. The pit crew did a phenomenal job. Can't say enough about them." And he brings up the tire management issue. It was interesting because early in that race, those tires were getting chewed. Chewed up. Ordinarily, you have up around the top of the track what they call marbles. You never heard that term? As these tires wear down, little chunks of rubber start kicking off of them. And because of the velocity and, physics, they all shoot up towards the top of the track. And so usually around the top of the track, you will end up seeing like just little pieces of rubber laying around. Dude, yesterday it looked like there were whole ass tires shredded up there against the wall. It was nuts. And so what ended up happening yesterday was that it did become a tire management race. That was to say, guys out on the track had to make decisions about just how aggressive they wanted to be. If you get over aggressive, you end up running through your tread faster. It's going to create problems, as it did for Kyle Busch. Kyle was being uber aggressive with his tires very early on in the race, and then it got to a point where he lost the tread, and he was driving around effectively on bald tires. And once he got to driving around on bald tires, the car just lost control. Kyle Busch ended up spinning out about halfway through the race and was completely uncompetitive. NASCAR actually had to change their tire policy through this race. Ordinarily, you get X amount of tires. But yesterday, because of just how bad the wear and tear on these tires were, NASCAR actually allowed the teams to get out another set of tires, gave them an extra set of tires so that you didn't end up down the stretch with a bunch of cars out there spinning circles on bald tires and basically playing Mario Kart with a track full of banana peels underneath them. So good race, a lot of fun, very, very, very interesting race overall out of the fellas yesterday at Bristol. Denny Hamlin walks away with the win in that one. Denny Hamlin has now won the last 2 Cup races at Bristol Motor Speedway. He ended up finishing 1 spot ahead of Martin Truex Jr. Brett Keselowski in third, Alex Bowman in 4th. Kyle Larson was in 5th. John Hunter Nemechek in 6th. Chase Elliott down in 8th. Ryan Preece in 14th. Some other notables, Noah Gragson all the way back in 34th. The interesting thing about this race to me, aside from the tire situation, obviously, and I think NASCAR did the right thing by creating a spot that they threw the extra tires in there. What was interesting to me in this was that you ended up with 5 cars on the lead lap, and Larson was like just barely on it. I mean, you had 5 cars on the lead lap, and one of them was just barely on the lead lap. Let's see. Who else did we win? Chris Buescher in 7th. Chase Elliott in 8th. Christopher Bell ends up in 10th. Corey LaJoie, friend of the show, back in 22nd. That's a tough track for the small teams. Mm-hmm. Real tough track for the small teams. Hard to get anything going there because that race is about equipment. That race is about tires. That race is about track management, and some of these bigger squads, they've just got more in terms of resources that they can throw at tracks like this than some like Spire. Spire's doing a great job of building that team up under Corey LaJoie, but they just don't have the resources of a Hendrick or a Roush Fenway or a Joe Gibbs. They've got to catch up, and that's just kind of how it goes. All right, let's get to item number 3. And listen, it's not often that I bring golf up as one of the biggest stories of the day, but I'm going to do it here because Scotty Scheffler made history yesterday. In the 49 years of the Players' Championship, there had never been a repeat winner. In year 50, there was. World number 1, Scotty Scheffler looked like it as he became the first back-to-back Players winner in the 50th edition of the 5th major at TPC Sawgrass, was able to chase down Xander Schauffele from 5 strokes back at the start of the final round to win with a 72-hole under of 20. Scheffler said, quote, "It's tough enough to win one player, so to have it back-to-back is extremely special." Without a doubt, it is. Now, here's pain. Wyndham Clark ended up in 2nd, 1 shot off the lead from your winner, Scotty Scheffler. On 17, that's the Island Green. On 17, Wyndham Clark was set up for a birdie that if he was to make would have tied the tournament, and he would have just need to do, not even really do anything special down the line to end up winning this thing, right? Lipped out. I'm going to say lipped out. The ball went in the hole, came back out, sat on the lip of the hole.
So frustrating when that happens.
Sat on the lip of the hole, fell back in, lipped out again.
Oh.
I have in the I don't know, decades that I've been playing golf, from my days going back, sitting at my grandpa's table as a child watching golf with him, because that's what we did. I have never seen what happened to him to the double lip out. I've never seen that happen before. Wyndham Clark has got to be in pain this AM. There you have it. There's your water cooler cheat sheet. Top 3 stories you need to know from the sports weekend. We got to run to a break. When we come back here in just a minute, your tournament brackets are out. Let's take a gander, shall we, at what the path to a Final Four looks like for Lamont Paris, for Brad Brownell, for Clemson, and for South Carolina. We'll do that when we come back. Brandon in for the great one, Lonzo. I am Rob Brown. It rolls on. It's the Fan Upstate. Hey, guys, stay right there. I got to do a read. We'll be right back.
performance. And with eBay Guaranteed
read,
Fit,
okay?
your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. With all the parts you need at the prices you want, it's easy to bring home the win. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns. Here we'd have dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed,
They
you
were
do.
doing such
You can
sloppy
schedule and
passes.
conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
45 seconds.
What up, y'all? It's your boy Danny Green, three-time NBA champ. You either rooted for me or rooted against me. Join myself and my co-host Harrison Sanford on the Inside the Green Room podcast.
It's a podcast that brings you never-before-told tales from the locker room to candid interviews with basketball legends to breakdowns of what's happening in the NBA right now. Whether you're a diehard fan or casual about your hoops, this podcast brings you the game like never before.
Follow Inside the Green Room on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sponsored by Jeff Martin Auctioneers. Jeff Martin Auctioneers presents the
10 seconds.
East Coast Construction and Transportation Public Auction in Pelzer on Thursday, March 28th. Bid your way live on site or online. JeffMartinAuctioneers.com. Experience the difference. License 4283.
Rise and shine, sports fans.
Let's drink!
Grab your coffee and get a jolt of sports on the Rob Brown Show with Lonzo. Now, weekday morning 6 to 10 on the Fan Upstate.
So, Clemson, South Carolina, both entering the tournament as a 6th seed. South Carolina is going to open up against the Oregon Ducks this year. Comparable teams. The numbers show a slight edge towards the Ducks here. They've got South Carolina beat in most of the metrics, though not all of them. Oregon is a better shooting team, slightly, like by a percentage point. They are it is a better three-point shooting team are the South Carolina Gamecocks. But from the field, the Ducks are better. On the free throw line, negligible. They're exactly the same. On the rebounding front, South Carolina better by about a board a game, specifically on the offensive edge, where they get about 2 boards on the offensive side more per game. Exact same number in terms of defensive rebounds. In the assist category, it's South Carolina. However, Oregon averaging about 3 more steals per game and about 1 more block per game. These two teams both average 10 turnovers a game. They both average 16 fouls per game. So this is a pretty good matchup. The question mark here is, how much does time off matter? That is because the Ducks are going to have a little bit less time off, but built a ton of momentum through the Pac-12 championship tournament. Through the Pac-12 tournament, where they took on the likes of Arizona, a team that, as I mentioned earlier, many of us thought were likely going to be entering that tournament, trying to get themselves a 1 seed in the bracket. They got bumped by the Oregon Ducks. It's a good team, the Oregon Ducks, like a real good team. So I don't particularly love this matchup for South Carolina out of the gate. It's not to say they're an underdog, not in the least. But Oregon plays a lot like Auburn does. And you better hope South Carolina does not play like South Carolina does against Auburn. And here's the thing. I don't think South Carolina looked particularly flat in that game against Auburn. I just think Bruce Pearl just had Lamont Paris's number. They just played better ball. Gamecocks, by the way, a 1.5-point favorite, almost a pick'em. And do not be shocked as people have doubted South Carolina all year long, do not be shocked if there's enough money coming in on Oregon because of their Pac-12 tournament run that this line gets flipped or, at the least, brought back down to an even money pick 'em. Both teams minus 110 on the money line right now. If you go, and this is what I do find interesting, this is why I think it's ultimately going to be a pick 'em game. South Carolina is favored by 1.5, but if you go with the spread, South Carolina minus 1.5 actually pays out plus money. Oregon plus 1.5 is minus 125. They are trying to bait you into taking that Ducks line at plus 1.5, and I don't think it's a bad pick. I don't think it's a bad play. The Oregon Ducks, as a basketball team, play a very similar game to the Auburn Tigers. They are going to try to play fast pace. They're going to try to kill you on the glass. I don't love this first round matchup for South Carolina. I think you drew one of the 6 seeds. I think you drew one of the tougher opening round matchups that you could have found. The other 6 seeds playing, Texas Tech caught NC State. NC State, another tricky team, super physical, right? They got that big fella down there getting the boards that looks like he's a damn offensive lineman. Tough out for Texas Tech versus NC State. I'd rather play the Wolfpack than the Ducks right now. Clemson's got New Mexico. That is also a tricky one. New Mexico, I don't think quite as good as Oregon. Still a good team. And your last 6 seed, who's my other 6 seed? My other 6 seed.
Duquesne and BYU.
That's right. That's right. That's an interesting one, too.
I have Duquesne actually winning over BYU. That's because it's the first time, like 47 years Duquesne's been in the tournament. I just feel it with them.
BYU is the definition of live by the 3, die by the 3. I mean, if BYU is a group of snipers, they absolutely shoot the rock lights out. But if the 3s aren't falling for BYU, they're going to find themselves in a world of trouble. It's that game to me is probably a little bit. I would say the edge goes with BYU over Duquesne. I like Duquesne. It's a hard-nosed team. It's just whether BYU can hit the 3 or not.
Mm-hmm.
And
you can tell pretty quick when they start going if it's going to be a great night or it's going to be a toilet bowl night. You can tell so fast.
If I'm betting that game, I'm live betting that game. I'm waiting about 3. I'm probably waiting like 3 BYU 3s deep before I go. Mm-hmm. If they go 3 for 3 from behind the arc out of the gate, I'm going to throw heavy money at BYU on that money line to get it done. If they come out and they go like 1 for 3, 0 for 3 from behind the arc to start, I'm throwing a bankroll at Duquesne because at that point, it's just going to be just grind BYU down. Don't let them have open looks because they're not hitting. I don't know, man. That's a tough matchup. Honestly, for the record, there's not a 6 seed that caught an easy draw.
No.
All 4 6 seeds are going to be in tough spots. NC State built momentum through the ACC tournament. Duquesne is real interesting. Texture says, my big upset pick, Kansas gets bounced in the first round.
Ooh, that's a big one.
Kansas got Samford. The old SoCon tournament
I
champs.
don't see. Okay, so we as we cover Furman. I'm also the producer of Furman, and when Furman played Samford all 3 times, I just was not ooh la la about Samford. Yes, they went undefeated at home and everything, but it had Furman not gone ice cold against Samford in the last game, Samford wouldn't have won. I just don't see Samford beating Kansas. I can't see it happening.
I don't either. Respect to mighty Samford and the SoCon conference. For the record, I got to call a Samford game earlier in the year. They're wildly aggressive, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like they are a full court press for a full 40 team.
Buckyball.
It's wild, man. Like I watched them play. I called a game, Furman v. Samford, about halfway through the regular season for Furman. And dude, they're full court press. They are going to throw platoon subs at you the whole time. But there does come a point where talent of rules. Now, Texter says Kansas has a lot of injuries and people out. I get it. And don't get me wrong. I might bet Samford. Let me see what this, I'm curious what the spread on that game looks like, because it might be worth it depending on how big they set the opening spread. It might be worth it to throw a little money at Samford to cover 7.5.
Yeah.
Might be worth it to take the cover, but I don't know that I can go money line upset. I wouldn't hate it if you did. So as far as the path to a Final Four for South Carolina, let's take a look at where they stand in this bracket to open this thing up. We mentioned, obviously, their opening round game. South Carolina is going to catch Oregon in the first round. Like I said, I don't like that. I don't love that first round matchup, if we're being honest. I think Oregon plays the type of ball that I think can frustrate South Carolina like quite a bit, right? I think they're just a frustrating team. So I'm a little concerned about that. They win that, they get the winner of Creighton and Akron. That's the 14-3 matchup. Remember, Akron kind of got lucky to be here, if we're being honest. They kind of got lucky to be here. They needed that help from Kent State, who, for whatever reason, lost their damn minds down the stretch. I don't know what happened with them, but they just lost it down the stretch. And I'm curious as if they have anything for Creighton. And if they don't, the Blue Jays become interesting. This is a basketball team that has given fits to the likes of Alabama over the years, right? They took the L to Providence, but don't forget that Providence also, the Friars, had a big upset there as well, because they knocked off UConn 74-60. It wasn't like they slipped by UConn. They beat UConn. That's a good UConn team. That's a 1 seed in UConn. They did lose to Marquette 79-68, but that comes after they had the UConn game, Georgetown, Creighton down the stretch. Like, the Jays are an interesting team for South Carolina to catch in round number 2. That's a 23-win Creighton team. That is a very adaptable Creighton team. Like that, like Creighton is not necessarily exceptional at any one thing, but they're pretty good at a lot of different things.
I watched Creighton play DePaul, and DePaul is a very bad team. Talk about fall from grace when DePaul was good. Now they're a 3-win team. I was watching that game, and you really could not see Creighton struggling versus anything, and I think they won by like 30 points. It was a beatdown. So with South Carolina playing Creighton, and fans are gonna hate hearing this, but I'm sorry, Creighton's gonna beat South Carolina, I feel.
Look, I think with the Gamecocks, and we're gonna come to Clemson here in a minute, so sit tight, Clemson fans. I got your path to the Final Four next. South Carolina Creighton, to me, comes down to, can South Carolina knock down shots?
Mm-hmm.
Like I hate
which team is going to show up.
I hate reducing basketball down to simple things like that, but sometimes it just is what it is. South Carolina with Mack and Gray underneath are bigger and more physical than Creighton down low. And you will force Creighton to collapse. You will force Creighton to pull inwards defensively. But if Michi's going to go 0 for 4, 0 for 5, 0 for 6, 0 for 7, it doesn't matter.
Nope. But
if you can't knock down your threes, and I believe in the expression live by the 3, but die by the 3. That's why, like I said, I think BYU is going to win the opening round game. But when BYU loses, it's going to be an absolute catastrophic.
Well, it's the same thing with South Carolina. When they win, they win. But when they lose, boy, do they really lose. I mean, the game against Colorado, they struggled against. And then they go and they play, not Colorado. South Carolina plays Auburn, and Auburn blows them out by 30-plus points.
Beat it by 40 the last time, too.
Yeah,
remember
that's bad.
That 40-point loss was one where, like we pointed out, Michi Johnson 0 for 7. I think South Carolina, out top of my head, was like 3 for 25 or something in that game. And this one against Auburn, they went 3 for 12 from behind the arc. They shot 28% from the field. There was just a lid on the jar, and they couldn't do anything. And the thing is, look, I like this team, But if the shots aren't falling, they're not really a team that's going to make it up defensively.
No.
Right? Like they're not a team that if they go knock down 28% from the floor is going to force the other team to shoot 28%.
And Carolina's not flashy or anything. Yes, they have decent players. They're not the flashiest of flashy players. I mean, you're not going to have someone who's going to score 35, 40, 45 points and be like, all right, let's go. Because again, they don't have that flashiness.
I think it is a spot where there's a couple of things going on. Number one, I can't have BJ Mack going 3 of 12 from inside the range, right?
No.
I can't have it. And if he's going 3 for 12 from the floor, I can't have, and I love BJ Mack. I love watching this guy play, man. I love watching this dude put his head down and drive through somebody's chest to get to the rim. I can't have him going 0 for 4 from behind the arc. I can't have it. Colin Murray-Boyles. And this is why I said earlier, I think I think this team sometimes gets a little reliant on players. Colin Murray-Boyles had a wonderful start to the tournament. I think they started leaning in on this guy. He goes 1 of 9 against Auburn. 1 of 9. Davis was 2 of 7. Michi was 1 of 10 from the floor, 2 of 5. Talon Cooper was probably the only guy even close. You had Graycheck in. He went 3 of 5 from the floor, but he played 13 minutes. Like, best shooter you had that night, he played 13 minutes. I think this team gets reliant on a player. And, if you have if you got a guy that's got a hot hand, you go to him for sure. But the problem is that's a one-game philosophy. That's not Colin Murray-Boyles had 24 in the opening round game, so we're going to base the entire next game's offensive scheme around him. Can't have that. Like, you've still got to come out and play your game. And if he gets hot in game 2, then you can start going back to him. I think this team sometimes gets a little reliant on when one guy gets a hot hand. And if that guy goes cold and you set the game plan around him, I don't think they're able to bounce back from things going sideways on them. And I think that's what happened against Auburn.
Mm-hmm.
So, the problem with that when you get to the tournament is there's no bounce back if you get sideways, if you go squirrely. And I think there's a chance for that. If they do get by Oregon and likely Creighton, waiting for them out of the bottom half, out of the Charlotte bracket, Texas, Virginia, Colorado State in a play-in game, Tennessee, and St. Peter's. The Peacocks are back, baby! Love me some St. Peter's. Texas, Virginia, Colorado State. I'll tell you right now, man, like, Texas is 20-12. Good team. I think Virginia had to kind of fight for their lives to get in there down the stretch. And they got in, by the way, they got in a playoff scenario at 23-10. Virginia's my pick to come out of that Charlotte region. And Virginia, South Carolina. That being said, Tennessee's down there too. And it's all about Dalton Connect. It's all about the Volunteers. I think the problem you're going to bump into with Tennessee is that there have been a couple of games where Dalton Connect's gone cold. And if you're South Carolina, your hope is that whether it is matchup number 1 or matchup number 2, you got to hope there's a Dalton Connect slow-up game somewhere. One of those games where he just takes too long to get rolling, and all of a sudden, Virginia or Texas, whoever comes out of that, because I don't think it's Colorado State, whoever comes out of that matchup catches Tennessee on one of those slow nights and bounces them, because I will tell you, we saw what happened. Yes, South Carolina went to Knoxville and knocked off the mighty Volunteers. We all saw that. What I'm also going to say in this spot is that's a Tennessee team that figured a little something out down the stretch. They came to Columbia and returned the favor. And I think on a neutral site, Tennessee's the better team than South Carolina. I think South Carolina, if Virginia can catch them on a bad night, catch Tennessee on a bad night and do something, South Carolina's got a better shot against Virginia than meeting up with Tennessee again. And if they get out of that whole thing and make it to the Elite Eight, Purdue, Gonzaga, McNeese State, who, by the way, is a 12 seed with a 30-3 record. Good luck. You want a 5-12 upset? McNeese over Gonzaga might not be a bad one to pick. All right. So I'm not sure how that plays out of that top seed. I'd like to think Purdue. I'm going to give Purdue the same grace that I gave Clemson in their tournament. They get bounced by Wisconsin in the Big Ten. I don't think Purdue was all in for the Big Ten tournament. Purdue's a 1 seed. Purdue's 29-4. Purdue's got the player of the year in Zach Edey. Purdue was getting calls. I just don't think they were like all in to win. It's like, yeah, all right, if we go out there and we can kind of cruise through it and win it, great. But if not, we're not going to go full all in on the Big Ten tournament. Let's make sure we make it to March Madness healthy and good to go. And they are. They got the winner of the Montana State Grambling play-in game, winner of Utah State TCU in the second round. Out of the bottom half, Gonzaga and McNeese. Again, I like McNeese as a 12-5 upset. Kansas over Samford. You're going to get probably Kansas. I think Kansas, McNeese State in the second round, but Kansas-Gonzaga would be a fun game too. Purdue's winning that bracket. So if South Carolina makes it into the Elite Eight, you're going to catch Zach Edey. All of the sudden, BJ Mack v. Zach Edey. The problem you're going to bump into is, much like with Wisconsin, Zach Edey gets all the calls.
Mm-hmm.
He was getting breathed on, and they were calling fouls, and yet Wisconsin won that game. Good luck. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll take a look at Clemson's path to a Final Four, coming out of the West with an opener against New Mexico State, an opener that you're a dog in. We'll talk about that coming up next on The Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Join the debate and let your voice be heard on our show. This is The Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
I'm Chuck Sanders. Here's the Sports Flash presented
See
by
one of the,
Scotty Scheffler is the first player in the 50 years the Players' Championship
Auburn,
to win back-to-back. He
said
closed
shit,
with
well,
a 64. That
Auburn
matches the lowest final round by a winner.
had quality,
Denny Hamlin
had
took the
the
checkered
holy
flag at
smokes
the
losses,
NASCAR
you know?
Cup Series race at Bristol Motor
UNC
Speedway on
didn't.
Sunday. It's his fourth victory at the famed short track. On the ice, big win for the Hurricanes Sunday, 7-2, the victory at Ottawa. They were up 3-2 heading into the third when they exploded for 4 goals. Sebastian Aho had 3 assists. Defenseman Dmitry Orlov with 2 goals and 2 helpers. Carolina's won 3 in a row in 8 of 10. They're 4 points out of first place in the Met Division, still chasing New York. Men's hoops this Thursday. North Carolina has the top seed of the West Regional. They'll take on the winner of the Wagner-Howard first 4 game. Midwest Regional Thursday, South Carolina battles Oregon. South Regional, NC State takes on Texas Tech.
When it's 6.5 for dinner, I thought I read
Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
Right.
Download the Odyssey app, search the Fan Upstate, and listen anywhere on your phone. I'm Chuck Sanders. That's the Sports Flash in the Fan Upstate.
People betting on it, number.
Any position too soon. You certainly want to come away with somebody, but just to fill roster spot, I'd rather get the best linebacker. If some guy's a stud linebacker who should not be there, go grab the best player that gives you a chance to start 16, 17 games.
Number 1 for real afternoon sports talk.
Offsides with Mark Ryan.
3 to 7 on the Fan
Upstate.
Starting March 18th for 3 days
You ever had
only,
this,
shop
the
limited
new
time
Coca-Cola
doorbusters
Spice?
during Lowe's
No, it's
MVP's
pretty good.
bonus days.
Got
Buy one
raspberry in
Metabo HPT 15-degree roofing nailer. Get 1 box of Metabo HPT 1 1/4-inch collated roofing nails free, a $49.98 value. Plus, save $39 on a Little Giant A4 6-foot, 300-pound step ladder. Shop these deals and more while supplies last. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 3/18 through 3/20. Selection varies by location.
Mom, I got the job in Manhattan. Do you have a warm enough winter coat? What about your car? I'm selling it with Kelley Blue Book Instant Cash Offer. How? I enter my license plate number, miles, condition, upload photos, and boom, an official cash offer from a local dealership.
A cash offer instantly. Oh, did you call Aunt Stella? She's right there in
James,
Massachusetts.
that's a solid
I literally
backup.
just got the job.
Not
Jalen
everything
Hurts
is as
goes
simple
down
as
and you
selling
can
your
turn to
car
Kenny
with Kelley
Pickett. There's
Blue
a lot
Book
of
Instant
teams that
Cash
are in a
Offer.
worse
Price it,
situation.
fix it, trade it, sell it.
Just remember,
TradeItBeat.com.
somebody traded for Desmond
At
Ritter.
71307. Keyword fan.
You're listening to the Program Show, only on the Fan.
Upstate.
Clemson tips off their tournament on Friday. That game's going to be at 3:10 on True TV. And they've got New Mexico opening up in game number 1. They are, and this is interesting. We told you earlier, that game opened as a 6.5-point spread. It has been bet down. Now, as a brief aside for those of us who like to put a little coin down on basketball games, careful with this one, okay? Careful with this one. That line opened at 6.5. That line is now down to 2.5. One of the things that happens with March that is kind of unique to March is you are going to have a flood of casual bettors. And those casual bettors, and I don't say that as an insult, all right? Those of you that are casual bettors, welcome to one of my favorite things. You're going to have a flood of casual bettors, and you're going to have a flood of casual bettors who are betting on the numbers next to the name. It's a 6-11 matchup. By default, you're going to end up having a lot of people who are going to look and they're going to go, wait a minute, I'm catching a higher seed. I'm catching a higher seed out of a better conference, and I'm catching a higher seed out of a better conference, plus I'm getting points in return. So you're going to have a flood of money that comes in on casual bettors who are just betting based on the number to the left of the name, not the number that's to the right of the name out in the spread area. So careful with that line as it moves around you just a little bit. That being said, this is an interesting game to me because this game, again, I said earlier in the show, I do not like to be reductive in the way I talk about basketball games, in the way that we break down basketball games. I like to have a little bit more than, oh, make your shots. Yeah, no, obviously, because that's how basketball works. You've got to put the brown thing in the round thing if you want to win. That saying doesn't make sense anymore because they switched to like a bright orange basketball now. But I'm sticking with it. You got to put the brown thing in the round thing if you want to win basketball games. It's kind of a big deal. So this game to me comes down to PJ Hall. It really does. This game, I cannot have another game where PJ Hall gets his first and only rebound 33 minutes into the basketball game. That can't happen. This is a team in New Mexico, in the Lobos, that they're getting in the neighborhood of 14 to 25 boards a game. Like their best game, they are not going to go get 30 rebounds on you. I need PJ Hall. I need Ian Shefflin. I need them to own the boards, own the glass, and knock down your shots. To me, if PJ Hall is cooking in this game, a guy that was a National Player of the Year candidate a good chunk of the year, and a large part of that because of the fact that, as we mentioned earlier, Brad Brownell set you up with a schedule that made you look real good. That win over Alabama boosted you to a 6 spot. All right, those are the types of games that got you here. I need my dude on the glass. I need the shots to fall. I need Shefflin cooking off the glass as well. I need those I need that inside basketball to reign supreme. This is a game that if Clemson is going to win, they 175% cannot come out and look like they did against Boston College in the first round. Well, in their first round of the ACC tournament, in round 2 of the ACC tournament. That type of basketball will get you smoked and booted in round 1. That being said, I've mentioned this before. I don't think Clemson's heart was in the ACC tournament. I don't think it was. I don't think they cared. I think this team is made up predominantly of guys who were either new to the squad and new to the situation, or it was made up of guys who the last couple of years have stepped in, and at that point of the season, we're in a do or die scenario. You have to make a run through the ACC tournament, or you can't do anything. You won't go to March. And this was the first time that they entered the ACC tournament knowing that they were already going dancing. So I like I said, I don't think particularly that their heart was necessarily in the ACC tournament. If that is the case, Brad better have that mentality fixed. Brad better say, all right, we're going to let you off the hook because you came into the ACC tournament already locked in. You were dialed in and focused in on March. Now you better prove that you were dialed in and focused in on March. So if the glass is painted by Clemson, if the glass is orange on both sides, if the shots are falling, and if PJ Hall goes and plays like that National Player of the Year candidate that he was earlier in the year, Clemson will win this game outright. This is going to be a game that I'm going to put Clemson on to cover up 2.5 points. I think they should win this game, honestly, by 10. But if PJ Hall, if Shefflin aren't working the glass, and if the mid-rangers aren't falling down, don't be shocked if Clemson gets bounced in round number 1. If that does happen, if they do get the dub, they move on to the winner of Baylor and Colgate. I actually like Clemson over both of these teams. I like them over Baylor. It's a good little Baylor team, but I think Clemson, if they've got the mindset to beat New Mexico, and if they can maintain it 2 days later against Baylor or Colgate, they should win that game. In fact, I don't think, if Clemson gets by in round 1, the next team that scares me for them would not be until the Sweet 16, and that would be the Arizona Wildcats. Arizona's a good basketball team. Mm-hmm. And I think, unfortunately, the strengths for Arizona match up with Clemson's. I think they are probably going to be one of the few teams of the last couple of weeks that can match Clemson inside in terms of cleaning up the glass, in terms of second chance opportunities. Arizona out of the bottom half of that bracket scares me a little bit. But again, they wouldn't get matched up with them until the Sweet 16 if they make it through. And if they get to the Elite 8, fingers crossed if you're a Tiger. That is the seed. That is the bracket where North Carolina's a 1 seed. That is the bracket where Alabama's a 4 seed. One of those two teams is coming out of either Charlotte or Spokane. You can beat Alabama. You've already done it. You can beat North Carolina. You've already done it. An Elite 8 run for, if you believe Clemson can make it to the Elite 8, you believe they can make it to the Final 4 because North Carolina is good. They're not unbeatable. That's a 7-loss basketball team. Alabama is good. They got worked by Florida a couple of weeks ago. Both of those teams, to me, both of those teams are more beatable than Arizona. If Clemson gets out of the opener against New Mexico and they can get by Arizona in the Sweet 16, a Final 4 run becomes absolutely a possibility because the two teams, that being said, Michigan State's down there at the 9 seed. They're favored over who they got in the first round, Mississippi State, Michigan State. You don't want Tom Izzo in March. But if Michigan State meets you there, they've gone through Alabama and North Carolina to get there. That'll be a team that's physically beat up. Because I don't think there's anybody, with the exception of Arizona, there's nobody in the bottom half of this bracket that can beat up on Clemson.
Not even St. Mary's?
No.
Wow.
I don't think there's anybody down there that can beat up on Clemson in a way that Sparty will be beat up if they were to make it to that spot. Clemson, between South Carolina and Clemson, to me, Clemson got the easier path to get to an Elite 8. Because the only team down there that really, truly scares me for them is Arizona. I'm scared for South Carolina out of the gate with Oregon. I'm scared for them against Virginia. I'm certainly scared for them against Tennessee. And then there's Purdue up top, who is phenomenal. Clemson got the easier path to the Elite Eight and the Final Four out of the two schools. We got to run to a break. When we come back in the next hour, we'll keep looking at this bracket, try to pick some odds-on favorites that we like, both to win and to get upset. We'll talk more basketball. We got to get some NASCAR, golf, and NFL in here. That's all coming up in the next hour. The next hour comes up after this. The National Invitational Tournament field took a little longer than the committee would have liked to get set after a number of teams declined invites. The Big East found out 3 20-win teams were snubbed from the dance, including St. John's, who went 20-13. Head coach Rick Pitino said his Red Storm will turn down an invitation. Pittsburgh, who finished with 22 wins, Providence with 21, and Oklahoma with 20, all declined invitations as well. Back-to-back PGA Tour wins for Scotty Scheffler, won the TPC at Sawgrass for the second time after a final round 64 and became the first repeat winner in 50 years. Wyndham Clark had a chance to tie the event on the famous 17, but saw his birdie putt lip out. And Denny Hamlin gets the win at a chaotic Food City 500 at Bristol, a tire management race, as multiple drivers ended up spinning or getting crashed out. Only 5 racers finished on the final lap. That's your sports flash. Back after this with the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Now CBS Sports Radio.
The Fan Upstate. Here's how to get in the game on your radio.
Yes, Stephen, we are doing a bracket this year. Should anyone want to participate in the bracket contest, shoot me an email at rob.brown@thefanupstate.com, and I will email you the invitation.
Just say, play the Fan Upstate on your HD radio, WFBC HD3.
There's just one more thing.
And
Conduct
All right,
virtual
y'all, we're back.
interviews
Thanks for
all
hanging
from
in
your
there.
employer
Good morning,
dashboard. Visit
everybody.
Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
They say that variety is the spice of life. That couldn't be truer than with the all-new 2024 Upstate Craft Beer Passport. On sale now for just $40 at upstatecraftbeerpassport.com. 20 breweries and 2 bonus distillery stops with free tasting and tours at Swamp Fox and Red Border Distilleries. We've got a cold one with your name on it at Carolina Bowen House in Greenville and Anderson. Get the 2024 Upstate Craft Beer Passport now for just $40 at upstatecraftbeerpassport.com.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma.
I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Upstate. WORD Spartanburg.
WFBC HD3 Greenville, the official sports voice of you, the Upstate fan.
Thank you, Steven.
Man, check this out.
You're on official Rob Brown lockdown.
Represents being real. Yeah.
Unfiltered sports talk. Manufactured locally for the Carolinas.
Lockdown.
This is the Rob Brown Show.
Get robbed.
Only on
The Fan Upstate.
And off we go into hour number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It is the Rob Brown Show. It is the Fan Upstate. Spectacular to have you with us here on a lovely Upstate Monday morning. Hope you all had a fantastic St. Patty's Day yesterday. Got to get out with the lady friend yesterday. Had a lovely little brunch. Then went out with the fellas yesterday afternoon. Did the old green beer and Irish music thing. It was a wonderful day. Good race on the NASCAR circuit. Spectacular final round at the TPC. Can't imagine it wouldn't have been better if some of the Live Tour guys were there. But hey, you know, live your life, boys. Live your life. Don't worry about us, the fans who want to see the best golf we can see. I would do the same thing if I were you. I'm not going to be a hypocrite here. All right. Would have been better if you were there, but that's how the game gets played. Let's get to this. And this is true. I like money a lot. I'm a big fan. I frankly, I wish I had more of it. I'm doing my best to get as much of it as I can. And, you know, that's not to say I sacrifice living my best life for pursuit of the mighty dollar. I'm just saying that in my experience of being a person in the years that I have been being a person, I have found this to be true. Living your best life is a lot easier if you have money. Okay? It just is. It just is. Like, let's not live in the land of the czar of idealism, Lonzo here. Your best life is lived when you're not broke. However, one of the other philosophies I have that runs counter to that is you shouldn't sacrifice things for too much money, right? You shouldn't sacrifice things like your morals, your integrity. I would, but you shouldn't, okay? I have said for years, since the creation of said Live Tour, this is not a golf segment, I'm just using it as an example. Sit tight. Those of you that heard me mention the Live Tour and immediately clutched your pearls, stick with me. I'm actually going to college football with this. I've said for years, I don't like Saudi Arabia. I'm not a fan of their government, or lack thereof, I guess we should say, of their oligarchy. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of what Saudi Arabia has done in the world of golf. And I know they have done much worse than ruin golf, okay? I know. Don't come in here, hit me with, but what about? Yes, I know. They've done awful things, but this is a sports show, and I want to keep it sports-centric. I'm not a fan. However, on the flip side, if today after the show I got a phone call and somebody said, Rob Brown, hey, this is the Live Tour president, I don't know. Hey, Rob, it's Greg Norman. if you would like to become the new play-by-play guy for the Live Tour, we will give you $5 million a year to do that. I would be gone so fast your head would spin. Okay? I would be. I would be gone so fast. None of you would know where the hell I went until you turned in to the CW this weekend and you saw me doing a Live Tour event. Bye. And I don't think I know like 7 of you would be disappointed. I know a lot of you would be like, finally. But I don't think any of you would judge me for that. That being said, I also have to justify that in my head. And I have to justify that with the understanding that, number one, I would be employed by a group of people that I do like. And I've said to me, the counter to that would be I would donate a hefty amount of that money back to causes that run counter to what the Saudis do. And I would just, that's my way of kind of giving back. But it's too much money to pass up on. That would make me and my family's life much, 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 much easier to get through. College football. College football playoff leaders have finalized their new deal with ESPN that will pay $1.3 billion with a B dollars annually starting in 2026. The new revenue model has been agreed upon, as well as certain protections for qualification per sources. That is what was written by Nicole Auerbach of The Athletic 3 days ago on Friday. This deal got done after we went off the air on Friday, as we assumed that it was going to. According to Nicole Auerbach on X, formerly known as Twitter, I think that's the official name of that application now, the CFP will be paid $1.3 billion annually starting in 2026. ESPN was obviously very excited to keep the college football playoff for itself, especially because of the record high viewership numbers garnered last season. The 2023-24 college football playoff, according to Barrett Sports Media, reached the third highest viewing audience in existence, averaging 22.6 million viewers between games. NBC was reportedly sniffing around to acquire broadcast rights, but we'll have to wait until this current deal is completed. Why do I bring this up? I had a conversation yesterday, once again, because nothing brings out the best in conversation like green beer at an Irish pub. Where I was talking college football with some of the boys, the fellas. One of those fellas brought his pops out to have a beer with us. I got to tell you, I love talking football. I love talking football with everybody, so we got into it with my buddy's old man. Phenomenal guy. We talked some golf as we were watching the TPC. We got to college football. And the words that I have heard so many times from so many fans got brought up. College football is being ruined. It's being ruined. And I said, wonderful. And as you've heard me ask on this show many times, when someone says something is being ruined, my response is how? How is it being ruined? Explain to me. This is why so many of you guys have called this show to talk about the transfer portal and to talk about NIL. And you've said, oh, it's ruining the game. It's the wild, wild west out there. And my response has and will remain until somebody hits me with an answer that I go, that's a good answer. It has always been, how is it being ruined? What do you mean by that? In which ways is it worse? And I get one of two answers, which is either no answer, or it basically boils down to guys aren't obligated to stay on my team anymore, and I don't like that. Which is, again, that's fine. It's a perfectly valid reason. It's just respectfully not a good one, in my ever so humble opinion. So I said, tell me what you mean by it's being ruined. And he said, well, with the portal and NIL, there's just too much money injected into it. So I said, well, let me ask you this question then. If there's too much money being injected into it, which, fine. Caleb Williams made, reportedly, about $5 million a year. That is the consensus. Shouldn't be, but consensus, number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft. So, of course, he was always going to be an NIL guy. He was, like it or not, deserved or not, college football's most visible player last year. I said, all right, boss man, let me ask you this. Caleb Williams made $5 million a year last year. ESPN just paid the college football playoff $1.3 billion. Now, if you've listened to the show for more than 7 minutes, you know I love to illustrate the difference between $1 million and $1 billion. It's my favorite thing to do. 1 million seconds, 1 million seconds is 12 days, okay? If we started now counting 1 second, it would take us 12 days to count to 1 million. Do you know how long 1 billion seconds is? 20. Go ahead, write your answer down here on the Rob Brown Show Home Edition. 1 million seconds is 12 days. 1 billion seconds is 31 years. Do you see the difference between 1 million and 1 billion? If I ask you to count to 1 million, it'll take you 12 days. If I ask you to count to 1 billion, it'll take you 31 years to do that. Okay? So, the point that I'm making here is, which is really more detrimental to college football? Caleb Williams, who made $5 million, which is 60 days worth of influence. Or the college football playoff getting $1.3 billion, which works out to be about 35 years worth of influence. If we go with the old dollars to seconds comparison there. You want to know why college football feels different? To me, it is dramatically less about the players getting paid and more about the fact that not only is there now a $1.3 billion deal paid to an entity that is not a conference, not a league, it is quite literally one outfit. An outfit that, by the way, again, does not run college football. It just organizes the playoffs. That, to me, is more problematic for college football because that payout going to the CFP and then going to the conferences kind of creates a world where if you ain't in a big conference, you can't do anything. Now, somebody made a great point to me on Friday. Nope, I lied to you. On Saturday, I was doing Bet for the Cycle, my nationally syndicated gambling show, which airs from noon to 4 on the BetQL network. # shameless self-promotion. And they said, we got into the conversation, Cody Decker and I did, about college baseball. I have said for years, college baseball has, and I say this in the midst of March Madness, college baseball has the best postseason in American sports. It has the best postseason in American sports, followed second only by the MLS playoff format, but y'all ain't ready for that conversation yet. College baseball has the number one postseason in sports. And part of the reason behind that is the regular season schedule and how it sets up to the regionals and the super regionals and then Omaha. And college baseball, despite being way not a revenue-making sport, also produces year after year one of the deepest fields of any outfit. That is why you all know about the banana slugs, because they make it. That's why you know about Stony Brook, because they make an appearance every now and then. That's how you know about all that. That is why a team out of, say, the SoCon absolutely has a shot. March Madness, they don't really genuinely have a shot, right? We know that. Yeah, you're going to get some UMBCs and some Furmans that are going to upset Virginia from the 15 and from the 16 seed. It's going to happen. But putting a run together where you beat the number one and then go deep just doesn't happen. In baseball, it can, and it does. Best postseason in sports. One of the reasons why is because there's not this much money on the table. The talent is more able to be spread out across a wider pool. And on top of that, the reason college baseball to me is so special is it still has that old school feel in that in the early exhibition part of the season, who is South Carolina playing? They're playing Furman. They're playing Wofford. They're playing SC Upstate. They're playing Gardner-Webb. Who is Florida
Smaller
State?
schools.
Yeah, not just smaller, geographically relevant schools. Who is FSU playing in the exhibition part of the schedule? They're playing FAU. They're playing UCF and USF. It's still got that geographic feel. College football, when I hear people say, oh, it's the NFL light, I will agree with that, but not for the same reasons. The reasons that I agree with it is because college football is now a national game more than it is a regional game. You still have your rivalries. We still have the Palmetto Bowl. We still have the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. We still have the game. We still have the rivalry. We still have regional rivalries. But if you want to be competitive on a grand scale now, it can't just be about your one rivalry. You got to play national games. Recruiting is a national game now. If you want to recruit well, it's no longer a matter of do you own your own backyard. That still matters. But that's not it. If you want to win in South Carolina, you got to have a pipeline in California, in Texas, in Florida. If you want to win in California, you've got one of the best 3 recruiting states in football, but you've still got to make sure you can get into Nebraska and Ohio and pull kids out of there as well. If you want a shot at being successful, it's a national game. And part of the reason it's a national game is because how much money is injected with decisions like this one. This is why I've been asked many times on and off this radio show and station, why is it, Rob, that you go so hard in the paint for these kids and NIL in the portal? And the answer is this, $1.3 billion. If I totaled up Caleb Williams, $10 million in NIL at USC, the most visible college football player at the most, I'm going to say most visible. I know they're not the most popular, but they're in the #1 television market in America, in Los Angeles, California. The #1 most visible football player in the #1 most visible school in college football made $10 million. $10 million is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the amount of money that just exchanged and will continue to exchange hands between ESPN and the college football playoff. And the college football playoff is, let's all just call it what it is here. Not that this is any different than ever before. It's just a matter of scale. It is set up to where only the big dogs can eat. Only the big dogs can eat. You are talking of hundreds of millions of dollars going from the CFP to the B1G. You are talking hundreds of millions of dollars going from the CFP to the SEC. You were talking about a smaller number of hundreds of dollars going from the CFP to the ACC and the Big 12. And then you were talking at just a little over $100 million going from the CFP to literally everybody else. There are 66 NCAA Division I football programs that have to, including Notre Dame, by the way, that have to split up $110 million, where the SEC and the B1G are getting $350+ million just for their member institutions. They do have the deal with NBC, but from the college football, that is the advantage that makes them Notre Dame. From the college football playoff, Notre Dame is lumped in with a group of 5 schools. The group of 5 schools and Notre Dame will split $110 million if nothing dramatic changed before this contract got signed on to. 110 between 65 schools. SEC schools are going to be split north of $360 million. ACC and Big 12 will be splitting I don't remember the exact number, but it's like 250 or something like that. It's like a dramatically lower number. And that is still more than the group of 5 who have about 5 times as many schools. So you can't afford to have college football feel the way it used to feel. This is why I have said the biggest danger to college football as we know it, which, by the way, Lonzo loves to say, it's not going back. It's never going to be the same. Okay. But I think I would like all of us to get on the same page with the realization that college football is not going back to the way it used to be, and it ain't because of NIL, and it ain't because of the transfer portal. It's because of $1.3 billion deals that lead to, I'm sorry, get mad if you want, the greed of the Southeastern Conference and the greed of the Big Ten driving everybody else into a spot where it is going to be near impossible to compete. Remember, not too long ago, part of the deal that was being discussed in a 14-team playoff expansion, which we are on the way to, there are 2 teams that will get a bye. 2 teams catch a bye. The SEC and the Big Ten were working on negotiating to where their champions just get the bye. They just get the bye. You could have a team that is a 2 or 3 loss conference champion out of the SEC or the Big Ten get a bye over an ACC champ who's 13-0 and a Big 12 champ who's 13-0 and a group of 5 champ that's 13-0. And that was one of the things they brought to the table. And listen, when you negotiate, we know this. None of us are dummies. When you negotiate, you come to the table with something that is well beyond what you know you're willing to accept. And that room that you create between the two, that's where your negotiating power comes from. If I'm willing to accept $1 million, I'm going to come to the table asking for 5 so that when they start with a quarter and I can get it to 1, maybe 1.5 or 2, it's even more than I would have accepted. It was that window. So I am willing to bet that the B1G and the SEC never truly expected that they were going to get guaranteed first-round buys for their conference champions. But the fact that they even asked tells me how ridiculous their expectations were to start these negotiations. The biggest danger to college football is not the NIL, it is not the portal, it is the greed of the suits. That is what changes it to a professional model. It's not the college kids who go, we're busting our asses, we'd like a little money back because of the brands that we built on the field. It is the suits up top never being able to have enough of the pie. The college players, my dudes, are they getting a slice of the pie? Yeah. You know what they're getting? The crumbs that fall off at the end. That's what they're getting. Because again, when we talk NIL deals that are significant are going to like a fraction of a percentage of the guys who are actually playing. For every $10 million Caleb Williams, there's 1,000 left guards who ain't getting a dime. The death of college football as we know it is the suits, not the uniforms. Let's take a break. We're back after this. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate.
Never miss a big moment with Rewind on the Odyssey app. Relive big moments. It's Rewind on the Fan Upstate. Take control of your listening experience with Rewind on the Odyssey app. Missed a jaw-dropping moment? No worries.
The Odyssey app makes it easy.
With Rewind, you can relive big moments from Mark Ryan, Rob Brown, Jim Rome, and more. Don't miss a beat. Just hit Rewind with the Odyssey app on the Fan Upstate.
From the News Talk 98.9 WORD Weather Center, here's the Carolinas' most trusted forecast on the Fan Upstate. Partly sunny skies developed today, a high of 60 degrees.
I watched a little bit of ATL v Orlando.
By Tuesday, sunshine high around 59. And Wednesday,
did you see Kellen Acosta's wind-assisted
I'm
goal?
meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki on the Fan Upstate. Currently, it's 46.
3-pointers of the season.
Trust your crick with BetQL.
Are the commercials out now? Did I fix it? Let me know. Please and thank you. Let me know. I'm going to step away for 20 seconds. Bear with me. All right. Thanks, fellas. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate you, big dog. Yep. This debate has been had upstairs many times. I am who I am. I is who I is, baby. I can't, shan't, and won't apologize. I know she's a little bitty thing too. 10-4. This is going to be a quick segment because we got that guest in the next. What's that? Yep. So here's the number breakdown from Yahoo Sports. According to Ross Dellinger, the new college football playoff agreement will see teams in the Big Ten and the SEC receive about $21 million annually. Teams in the ACC will get approximately $13 million annually. Teams in the Big 12 will receive about $12 million annually. Notre Dame is apparently getting a little bit of a rub here as they are set to receive about $12 million annually as well. The group of 5 schools will split 9% of the earnings, which works out to, again, according to Yahoo Sports, works out to about $1.9 million per school. So if you are in the Big 10 or the SEC, 21, ACC 13, Big 12, 12, Notre Dame 12, group of 5 schools less than $2 million a year. Please, I am begging you, miss me with transfer portal and NIL are ruining college football. Miss me with it, okay? I don't need it. Now, you can make the argument, if you wanted to, you could make the argument that Caleb Williams is making $5 million a year while some of these group of 5 schools are getting paid less than $2 million a year from the CFP. And sure, fine. But here's the thing. The money that is going into the bank account of a Caleb Williams is not the money that would have gone into the pool to give these smaller schools a bigger cut of the pie. Caleb Williams' money is not money that would have changed the direction of, say, Boise State. It wouldn't have changed the direction of Texas Tech. That money wasn't going to them. This money was coming from the advertisers paying into ESPN, who just chalked up a deal for well over by the way, when you put all the years of the deal together, over $7 billion. 1.3 is the annual number. Every year, ESPN will cut a check over to the College Football Playoff Committee for $1.3 billion. Caleb Williams' 10 is a drop in that bucket. And again, this is not me trying to, dump on any particular conference, because yes, Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti are going to get theirs. Anybody asked to be the leader of an organization would be foolish not to try and get theirs. I'm not hating on those two guys. They're doing their job. But what I am saying is, as long as the tide continues to roll in this direction, the danger to college football ain't Caleb Williams making $10 million. Okay? It's just not. And again, if we took that $10 million Caleb Williams was making and we said, instead of giving a player $10 million, if we gave every player on that roster $40,000 a year, right? We'll say they made a $40,000 a year salary split up out of Caleb's $10 million. The number's the same, and not a lot of people are griping about it. But Caleb Williams is the most visible player on a team that's in America's #1 television market. That ain't breaking the bank for him or anybody else. If there is a threat to college football, it is from this. It's from the suits. It's from the greed of the SEC and the Big Ten, always trying to get more. Again, it is the job. I'm not debating or arguing that. Tony Petitti and Greg Sankey are doing their job, and they're doing it very well, clearly. The Big Ten and the SEC are getting the hook up, my dudes and dudettes. What I'm saying is, if you are mad about the direction, you should be mad about this. Not players catching a little scratch. Not players being able to switch teams. And by the way, the whole concept of the portal, you heard just a minute ago. Mark Ryan's promo from Offsides, where he said, look, South Carolina is at this point a feeder school for bigger programs because of guys like Juice, Pup Howard, etc. I mean, yeah, the job just got more difficult, even for schools in in the lower levels of a conference like the SEC or the Big Ten. Yeah, it just got harder because there's always going to be more money around winners than there are around not winners. That just means it's going to be hard. It doesn't make it impossible. It just means it's going to be harder to elevate to the next level. But to me, the response to that being, no. We should force kids to stay at schools they don't want to be at. That's the solution. Force a kid to stay at a school that he doesn't want to be at. Reasons be damned, right? I don't care if the coach recruited him with the promise of starting time that the coach then reneged on. I don't care about that. I don't care if he got brought to this school and he got there and it turns out that he hates the school. I don't care. He should have to stay there because that'll fit. No, it won't. No, it won't. Why don't you come up with a way that every school has the best opportunity to make its football team grow and be better so we can spread the talent out? If anything, the portal spreads talent around more. Yes, you're going to hear the Georgias of the world and whatnot are picking up recruits left and right, transfers left and right. I'm not punishing the kids for that. Make it to where other schools have a better chance of playing on even ground, then we'll talk. All right, let's run to a break. When we come back here in just a minute, John Blau of the Post and Courier will join us to talk a little Clemson shooty hoops. They're a 6 seed. They got New Mexico in round 1. We'll break down that game with John Blau with the Post and Courier next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we're going to step away while we get John Blau up. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, y'all. All right, dudes, we are back. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you guys. The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Happy Monday morning to all of you. Hope you made it through the St. Patrick's Day weekend. Just thriving. We go to the phone lines now. Welcome in a young man who joins us every single Monday to talk Clemson athletics. He covers that athletic department for the Post and Courier. He is the one, the only John Blau joins us here on the Rob Brown Show. John, good morning, big dog. How we doing?
I'm good. How are you, Rob?
Doing real well, man. Doing real well. Thanks for joining us as always. Let's jump right in, big dog. Clemson a 6 seed. They draw New Mexico out front, and this is an interesting draw, not just the 6 seed for Clemson, which I think is about where we would have expected them, but they actually come out as an underdog in this opening round matchup. Does that say more about Clemson? Does it say more about New Mexico? Does it say more about the disappointing ACC tournament performance? What's your read on Clemson opening as a dog despite being the seeding favorite?
Yeah, I think it's all of that. I mean, obviously, 21-point loss to Boston College. I mean, you're not supposed to lose to Boston College in your first ACC tournament game, but to lose by 21 points was just baffling. And then also, New Mexico is playing really well right now. I mean, they have 5 wins in their last 6, and they had to beat 3 NCAA tournament teams in their conference tournament to get there. They beat Boise State, which is a team Clemson beat. They beat Colorado State, and they also beat San Diego State to win their conference tourney. So they're on a roll. Richard Pitino coaches that team, obviously the son of Rick Pitino. They got a great backcourt from everything Brad Barnell has seen and heard. So, Clemson 2 straight losses, not able to secure that double bye. It's just an absolutely miserable performance against BC, and then New Mexico is playing well. So, yeah, in a way, it's not that surprising that New Mexico is a favorite.
This is a game. We broke it down a little bit earlier in the show, John, and I'm wondering if you're coming in the same way. PJ Hall's got to be better. 1 board in the last game. It didn't come until after midway through the second half. I think it created a world where there was probably too much on Ian Schifflin late in that game to try to come in and get those second chance opportunities for Clemson, which it just did not work. This one's real easy to me. If Clemson does not get better on the boards, they're going to get bounced in round 1, and there's going to be a lot of unhappy Tigers around the upstate on Saturday morning.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get out-rebounded 43-27 against Boston College. I know Quentin Post's a really good basketball player. They've got a decent front court. But, yeah, again, if you have P.J. Hall and Ian Schifflin, 2 all-ACC players, you have to win the battle of the boards. You can't have P.J. Hall just have 1 rebound. And Ian Schifflin just didn't really have a great game either. I mean, to go 2 of 7 from the floor, 5 points. I think he was a minus 14 on the floor. I guess everybody was a minus, though. That formula doesn't work. And B, when the guards have played well for Clemson, when Chase Hunter and Joe Girard have had, kind of good February, and that kind of helped them win some games, when Chase Hall goes 0 of 10 from the floor, that's not going to get it done either. So, yeah, they need better rebounding. They need better performance from their guards, both Girard and Hunter. If they can get those things going, I mean, this is a team that can beat just about anybody. We saw it in the non-conference. We saw it in February in ACC play. But if Chase Hunter isn't scoring, going over 10, if PJ Hall isn't rebounding, isn't asserting himself in the paint, then, yeah, you're going to have some problems.
I think we talked a little bit about this last week, John, but I'll bring it up again. My thought here, if you're a silver lining guy, if you were looking at this team through the most optimistic possible prism, my thought would be, all right, this is a team made up of guys who traditionally going into the ACC tournament have been on a bubble, have had to play for their lives, / guys who have not been in this position before at all. So it would be understandable, although I don't love it, if they kind of enter the ACC tournament as we're already locked in, like maybe we can improve our seeding a little bit, but not as much as some other teams. So they maybe just kind of had it in a lower gear. Is there any chance that attitude maybe just took over that locker room and Brad can kind of find the next gear that Clemson will need if they want to get through this? Because, and we'll talk about this in a minute, I really do think the bracket sets up pretty well for Clemson if they can get out of the initial round. Will we see a little bit of a spark compared to what we saw last time? Is that a possibility that the mentality just wasn't there in the first round of the ACC tournament?
Yeah, I mean, the mentality issue that I think is more concerning, though, as Brad Brownell said it himself yesterday after the selection show. He told us that this is a team that just doesn't play well from behind. They get punched in the mouth. They don't always respond, which is a little concerning, especially coming straight from your head coach to say that they don't really kind of take those blows very well. Again, if you want to have a silver lining, the good thing is that they get 9 days of rest, a week and a half to kind of prepare for this. I think even Matt Painter I heard talked about the Big Ten tournament in terms of like it's not even good to win the thing because you play so many games and it drains you for tournament play. So that is a silver lining that Clemson A has the time to rest up and B has a chance to kind of reset here because mentally it's an interesting team. And A, he said that about don't always play well from behind, but B, he also mentioned, which is a very interesting quote that he said, was that this isn't a team that I can necessarily coach very hard in a tough way. Like he can't necessarily, get on them a lot because mentally they're just not a group that takes that very well. Like he has to coach in different ways. So it is a little interesting / concerning, some of the things that, Brad Brownell has observed about his team. But again, when they get ahead, when they're feeling good, when they're playing loose, they can beat anybody. But this is a team that it sounds like there's kind of like a circumstance that needs to be in place for good things to happen. And I mean, I don't know if like the issue was that they just didn't take that game seriously against BC. They were just thinking, we don't need this, or if it was just kind of that they got punched in the mouth and just didn't recover there.
That kind of scares me a little bit, John. Like it scares me a little bit in that this is a New Mexico team, as you pointed out a minute ago, has been doing nothing but punching people in the mouth for the last 2 weeks. I mean, listen, we saw Rick Pitino a couple of weeks ago come out and rip his own players, call them soft, say that they were slow, say they had no defense, and then, of course, rip his own facilities and athletic department and everybody within a 10-mile radius of them. If what Brad said is true, and then he comes out and says it, I got to assume that's not the best way to inspire them, but he knows this team better than anybody. Do you think we will see a little bit more mentally tough Clemson team in the opening round, knowing how important that first game out of the gate is?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fascinating to see. I mean, I don't know for sure, but at the end of the day, this is a one-and-done tournament. This is you've got one chance to kind of give everything you have. I mean, I would think in any circumstance, this would be the circumstance that you come out and just play, with your hair on fire, and no matter what happens, you fight to the death per se. And so, I mean, it was interesting again to hear Brad Brown say that. And again, also if you go back to non-conference play, at Alabama, that was a back and forth game. That was a tough game. They never got behind by a ton. I mean, that was maybe part of it, but this is a team that has fought a little bit. It's just not always had that element consistently. It was interesting to hear again the coach come out and say that. But yeah, again, any circumstance, I would think it would be Joe Girard, PJ Hall playing in their last college games, wanting to give Clemson a little bit of respect after last year's snub. I think Joe Girard even called it a revenge tour for Clemson. I think mentally they want this. They want it bad enough. We're just going to have to see in the moment how they respond.
We are talking with John Blau from the Post and Courier. He covers Clemson athletics as we get closer and closer to the tournament. I saw one of my colleagues on another station say that he felt Clemson got bodied by the committee getting matched up against New Mexico, that maybe this was a little bit of a fire back at Brad Brownell for all his comments earlier in the season about net ratings and how they're important and not important and manipulated, and the committee falls for that, et cetera, et cetera. John, listen, it's a tough, of the 4-6 seeds, they might have caught the toughest 11 out of the gate, at least in terms of momentum and all that. But I also look at where the bracket sets up after for Clemson, and I got to think you can't be that unhappy with the way this bracket's set up for the Tigers. Yeah. I mean, I think Baylor, you go up and down. Obviously Dayton, a mid-major, has a chance potentially against Arizona to upset somebody. You might see them later. There's plenty of beatable teams in that bracket, especially again when you go back to the non-conference with who Clemson's already beaten, and you look at Alabama and you look at South Carolina, the season they had, Boise, TCU. I mean, they've beaten some good teams, and I don't think anybody that's in this bracket, other than Arizona, obviously has incredible talent, but I mean, everybody else, is thoroughly beatable. Baylor versus Duke. I mean, who's a better team? Clemson played at Duke to a 1-point game.
you can absolutely envision Clemson beating them on a neutral floor. So it's not a bad bracket for them. I think they absolutely could make some noise. But again, like you said, possibly the toughest 11 seed out there. I don't know if it's as much the committee trying to get at Brad Brownell as it's just, hey, you lost by 21 points to Boston College in the ACC tournament. Here you go. This is the matchup we're going to give you. But, I mean, if they can get past New Mexico, get some good feeling going, this is absolutely a bracket you can make a run in.
Now, John, we've all heard the same rumblings around the upstate here that if we do not see an improvement with Brad Brownell and Clemson this year, that it's going to be a change. A lot of people here, we've asked the question actually this morning is what could he do to save his job? And a lot of people are saying the Elite Eight or the Final Four. If Clemson is bounced out of the first round against New Mexico, do you think that Brad Brownell has coached his final game at Clemson?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think that if you make the tournament, which they thought they should have made the tournament last year, if this is a team that's consistently in the tournament, I don't think they're going to get rid of Brad Brownell in that circumstance. I mean, I think he's getting to the tournament. He's putting you in position to get there. B, it kind of sends a little bit of a message to the person you hire next. You can make the tournament and we'll still get rid of you. So it might not be an ideal thing to do. I know that obviously Clemson fans, especially the subset that are growing weary of Brad Brownell because he's been there for 14 years, probably aren't happy to hear that. They will not be happy with one and done, especially after going one and done in 2021. But I think making the tournament was enough. I mean, I could be wrong. We could all be surprised. Maybe there's a change of heart there from Graham Neff, the athletic director. But as far as I know, I think Brad Brownell, made his job safe by making the tournament. Now, if they go one and done again, and then next year there's not that much improvement, they're just barely on the bubble. Maybe they go one and done again. Maybe there's a change of heart. Again, from Graham Neff, and we see a move. But I don't think, regardless of what happens, unless it's really, really ugly, unless it's like a 40-point loss to New Mexico, I don't think we're looking at this being the last game for Brad Brownell. I think he's back next year.
I think that's probably fair. My question would be, is there any pressure applied, John, by what Lamont Paris has done at South Carolina? Because, obviously that guy comes over from the Mocs. He's a couple of years deep. This team is well over 20 wins. They are on an equal seeding line. Brad Brownell got South Carolina earlier in the year. We all remember that. But based on what Lamont's doing at South Carolina, do you think there is any additional pressure added to Clemson to kind of figure it out sooner rather than later so they don't get left too far behind in the Palmetto Bowl of basketball?
Yeah, no, I think, again, I don't think it goes past another year if it's really not seeing the trajectory, moving upward. Obviously, you're hoping making the tournament this year after, again, you think you should have made the tournament the year before, kind of establishes some upward momentum. Again, you're getting a transfer like Joe Girard in the transfer portal. You got some really good freshmen coming in next year. Dallas Thomas, the forward, is one of the better recruits they've had, in the ratings, 247 a really long time. They've got some good players coming in. They feel like Brad's got this thing moving in a good direction. But yeah, if it's not looking like it is after, next year, all the pieces just don't work. And it's just, it's not improving. And Lamont Paris is another great year and they're making a run to wherever. Yeah, of course, yeah, there might be kind of some pressure there to kind of keep pace. But I mean, I would say we got to see what Lamont Paris does too. I mean, Brad Brownell made the tournament his first year as a coach at Clemson, made it run to the Sweet 16 in 2018. I mean, he's had some good moments, just hasn't quite sustained it to the level everybody would like. So we got to see what Lamont Paris does. But yeah, I don't think Clemson's going to allow, or Graham Neff's going to allow this thing to kind of really flatline, especially if their rival is kind of surging. So we'll have to watch both programs and see what happens. But I do think there is some pressure to perform, to win some games, to get into the tournament, to hopefully win some games in the tournament, or eventually there might be a thought that there needs to be a change.
John Blau covers the Clemson Tiger Athletic Department for the Post and Courier. He joins us every Monday at 8:40 to talk Clemson sports. My man, I appreciate it, John. Hopefully, when we talk to you next Monday, Clemson will have a victory to boot and we can celebrate a little bit more.
Sounds good to me.
All right, big dog. Thank you very much. John Blau from the Post and Courier right here on the Rob Brown Show with the Fan Upstate. We got to run to a break. We got 1 hour left. We hit it hard and running after this. Dance floor is open with the announcement of the men's and women's basketball championship brackets yesterday. On the women's side, Don Staley's Gamecocks, once again, the overall number 1 seed after an undefeated season. They look to become the 10th women's team to go wire to wire without an L. Caitlin Clark and the Hawkeyes, LSU and Angel Reese, both on the other side of the bracket. So if there is a rematch with either, it'll come in the national championship game. On the men's side, UConn, Houston, North Carolina, and Purdue earn the 1 seeds. The Clemson Tigers, a 6 seed. In the West, they'll open with New Mexico. They're an underdog in that opening matchup. The winner of Baylor and Colgate is who they'll face if they advance. Lamont Paris and the Gamecocks, a 6 seed in the Midwest, where they'll meet the Oregon Ducks, and the winner of Creighton v. Akron if they move on. And it's back-to-back dubs for Scotty Scheffler at the TPC. First time in 50 events that's happened after he knocked off Wyndham Clark down the stretch. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Is that bed 60 seconds? Is that bed 60? Okay. John's good. John knows his stuff. All right, guys, going to go reset, grab some water. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, you're all spectacular people. Thanks for hanging through that. Yeah, those comments from Brad Brownell kind of shocked me a little bit. I didn't hear that. But my man absolutely dragging his own players is pretty spectacular. But I said the same thing about Rick Pitino, and then his boys won like 7 of the next 8 or something stupid. Maybe sometimes you just need to tick somebody off. Rick Pitino did. Rick Pitino said they're soft, they're slow, and then they came out and just killed everybody the next few games. St. John's probably should have made the tournament, to be honest. By the way, anybody on the stream, if you guys want in on the Rob Brown Show Pick'em contest this year, shoot me an email to rob.brown@thefanupstate.com, and I will return that email with an invitation via website link that you can click on and get signed up. The winner will get the opportunity to come on and host a segment with me, which is something I do one time per year. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the final hour of the Rob Brown radio program starts right now. Welcome back. I am Rob Brown. The great Alonzo out on vacation this week. He's probably out on like a riding lawnmower or something right now because he vacations to yard work. I'll never understand it, Lonzo, but I love you like a brother anyway. The Brandon is in covering up for the great one today. Glad to have him in as we talk some NFL, some NBA, some college shooty hoops, and more. Before we go any further, allow me to extend you both metaphorically and if you email me literally an invitation. The Rob Brown Show Bracket Challenge is once again on. If you would like to participate in this year's Rob Brown Show Bracket Challenge, now's the time to shoot me an email, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. Shoot me an email requesting an invitation to the bracket, and I will return it back to you. rob.brown@thefanupstate.com if you want in on the bracket challenge for 2024. I will tell you that last year's winner, Diddy, is going to be back in this year. He will be joining us either tomorrow, Wednesday, or Thursday because he won last year's prize, which is the opportunity to come on and co-host a segment on the show with us. That is something that I do one time per year, and it is for this and this alone. So if you have had just dreams, ambitions of being a sports talk radio show host, this is your one opportunity to do it here on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. What you need to do is shoot me an email, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com, requesting an invitation to the bracket challenge for 2024. I will reply with a link that you will then click on. It will take you to the CBS Sports website where you can fill out your bracket and submit it to the Rob Brown Show Radio Bracket Challenge. I look forward to all of you getting in and finding out which one of you is going to select your champions based on the color of the jersey that they wear and somehow beat those of us that know ball. It happens every year. I had a contest. I did this years ago. I thought I might bring it back. Actually, I might do it this year. In fact, I've just decided I will. Sweetheart, if you're listening, you have homework today. I'm going to have the lady friend fill out a bracket. Back in the day, I had a young lady who worked with me at the very first station I was on. Her name was Kelly. She was a doll. And I let her jump in the bracket one year. And she selected her entire bracket. She selected her entire bracket based on the attractiveness of the head coach. Right? It was infuriating. It was infuriating.
That would drive me berserk.
She won one year. She won one year because, and this, I am more upset about who it was that she selected than anything else. She won one year because she said that Billy Donovan, when he was at Florida, was one of the most attractive college basketball coaches in the game. And she picked the Mighty Mighty Gators to win the Natty because she thought Billy Donovan. Now, I will give her credit for this because it's one thing to just like look at a picture and go, that guy's cute, I'm picking him, which is understandable. Oh, no. She went deep down the well. She was like looking up their background. Oh, he's got 3 kids. He's happily married. That's attractive. Oh, he does charity work on the side. That's attractive. He doesn't. It was wild, and yet it freaking worked because she came in, I think 2 years in a row. She won the bracket contest. I said, dude, listen, I will spend over the next 2 days an unacceptable amount of hours breaking down every single contest. I will spend an unacceptable amount of hours looking up and down, picking out every one of the first round games, and then I'll do it again in the second round. I will spend an unhealthy I am going to spend enough time that it's going to start a fight at the Casa de Love between me and the fiance because she's going to go, honey, we need to do this, that, and the other. We need to do that. This is the honey-do list. And I'm going to go, yeah, I'll get to it. But first, I've got to deep dive into this Creighton basketball game. First, I've got to deep dive into this first round Oregon South Carolina matchup. I've got to look and find out if the second string center can come up with more offensive rebounds than the second round center on the other side. I got to figure this out. I will spend an unhealthy amount of time, and yet I will inevitably lose to somebody who shows up and goes, oh, I like Blue Jays, so I'm picking Creighton, and then they go on a Sweet 16 run for no damn reason.
My best friend, Brian. Sorry, I'm calling you. I know you're listening, Brian. My best friend, Brian, 1 year, he chose the bracket based off the cool uniforms, and he won.
Yeah.
I'm like, Brian, how did you do that? And he's like, well, this team looks good, this team looks good, and this team looks good. He even picked Valparaiso to win that game 1 year. And I'm like, how do you do that?
It's infuriating. I told the fiance last year when she was in the job last year. She's like, hey, the office is doing a pool. Will you help me pick the bracket? And I'm like, yeah. I'll also have you know, my job is to know ball. It's my job. My job is to be able to watch a basketball game, break it down, tell you what went right, what went wrong, why the L's and the dubs stack up. It is my job. It is the one thing I'm supposed to be better at in this life than everybody I know. And I have never won a bracket contest. Not once. Because there is always somebody who goes, UMBC. They're the Golden Retrievers. I can't pick them over. I can't pick them underneath the Virginia Cavalier. And wouldn't you know it, that's and then everybody else had Virginia to win the Natty that year.
And then Furman beats them.
Yeah. It's wild. It's frankly, it's unacceptable is what it is. But that, ladies and gentlemen, that is why we call March Madness. If you would like to play in the 2024 Rob Brown Show Bracket Challenge, send me an email to rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. I will email you back the link invitation. And once you have it, you just click submit your bracket on the CBS Sports website. Make sure it's entered into the Rob Brown Show Bracket Challenge pool. And I wish you all the best of luck, except whoever's going to inevitably win it because they go, the team's green and I like green. And then that team makes a Final Four run for no reason. Okay, let's get to some sports here on the show, shall we? Let's begin with the quarterbacks around the National Football League. We've got a few quarterback moves. Kenny Pickett gets sent to Philly. Saturday, I was on Bet for the Cycle with Cody Decker, noon to 4 every Saturday on the BetQL Network. It's a great show, and I say that because I'm on it. I was on and we got to talking about the hot take from a guy that I actually really enjoy his work. That is BetQL's Nick Costos. Nick's a great sports talker. Great sports talker. We're lucky to have him. He decided to pop off on Kenny Pickett. He said, look here, young man. You showed no resolve, no mental fortitude, no stones by demanding a trade up out of Pittsburgh when Pittsburgh made the move to go pick up Russell Wilson. He said, you should have stayed. You should have competed for that job. I mean, after all, Russell Wilson is only getting paid $1.8 million by the Steelers because the Broncos are on the hook for the other $38 million. It's kind of wild when you think it down. He said, hey, you should stay. You should compete. There's a chance that you could beat Russell Wilson out for the job. First off, no, there's not. No, there's not. All right.
That's like what? Trying to fit a circle into a square.
Listen, again, I don't know how many times I have to say it, but I'll say it at least one more. What happened in Denver was not Russell Wilson's fault. Russell Wilson, statistically speaking, was having a pretty damn good year last year before he got benched. And even at the time, there were folks, myself included, that were speculating the reason for the benching was financial. It was financial. There were incentives that if Russell Wilson hit, the Broncos were going to be on the hook for even more money. There were incentives that would have made it that much more difficult for the Broncos to cut him. The Broncos, who, by the way, in cutting him, already incurred an $83 and some change $million cap hit. That means that they are paying Russell Wilson $84 million against the cap over the next couple of years to not be a Bronco. I wish I had that set up, okay? But it is what it is. So my thought was they benched that cat not because of his numbers, because his numbers were fine. Here's why they benched him. Because the rest of the league is learning something that I have said many times and that has absolutely gotten me beat up by a lot of my fellow New Orleans Saints fans. Sean Payton's a good coach, but he's not the offensive genius that he's been made out to be. Sean Payton had something that 99% of other coaches throughout history wish they had. Drew Brees, all right? I could have coached a Drew Brees team to 10 wins a year.
I got to say something on this, though, with New Orleans and Sean Payton. Sean Payton, at the time, was revolutionary. Same thing with Bill Belichick when Tom Brady and the Patriots went, 16-0 in the regular season. It was above their time for that particular style of offense. That's why they were so successful. And teams figured it out. They learned, they evolved. So they figured out, okay, now we know he's going to run. He's not the offensive genius he once was.
I, to some degree, disagree with that. Here's why. Here's why I in some ways disagree with that. What Sean Payton was doing at the time with Drew Brees was different. But it wasn't different because it was some evil mastermind spin around in a chair scheme. It worked because he had Drew Brees. If you have the most accurate passer, and I mean that literally, if you have the most accurate passer in the history of the National Football League, you can do things with the schematics that you can't do if Kenny Pickett is your quarterback. If you have Drew Brees, you can do things around the offense that you can't do with like 99% of other quarterbacks across the history of the league. I am telling you, if you gave a Sean Payton, pick a defensive coach. If I gave Drew Brees to Dan Quinn, Dan Quinn would run sets that are, they wouldn't be revolutionary, but they look that way because that's how good that guy is. Then he gets over to Denver. He gets over to Denver where he ends up with Russell Wilson. Again, not a bad quarterback, but Russell Wilson is not built like Drew Brees. He doesn't have the accuracy that Drew Brees had. So all the stuff that Sean Payton runs, like, yes, on one hand, you are in a world where you've got a good quarterback and teams have figured you out because this offense has been run for so long, but everything works better when the tools are better, right? Jimmy Johnson is the greatest NASCAR champion of all time, sure. Would he have been Jimmy Johnson if he wasn't running for Hendrick Motorsports? Probably not, because the equipment around him made it that much easier for him to succeed, and also he was good at his job.
But you agree what I'm saying, that they're slightly above their time, though, right?
I don't think he was. Listen, I like Sean Payton. He won me a Lombardi. I have more Lombardis than the Atlanta Falcons because of Sean Payton. Thank you very much. I'm not hating on the guy. I'm just saying, if you go back and watch the Saints offense, it wasn't like he was coming up with pass concepts that nobody else had.
Right.
They were rare, but they were rare because the quarterbacks that can execute them are few and far between. It wasn't, Sean Payton wasn't putting stuff down on the board that made him jump off the pages like, wow, nobody's ever run that route combo. No. It's a lot of people have. It's just that you've got to have an elite caliber, an elite level quarterback for them to be successful. And fortunate for Sean Payton, that's exactly what he had in Drew Brees. So again, I'm not saying you're wrong. The league caught up with Sean Payton. There is no doubt. But at the same time the league was catching up with Sean Payton, Drew Brees was hitting 40. At the same time the league was catching up with Sean Payton, Drew Brees ended up with Russell Wilson as his quarterback, a guy who is not built to throw the ball like Drew Brees. He's built to be a guy who you need to move the offense left and right with him for it to be good, and that has never been Sean Payton's offense. So it's not on Russell Wilson, which is why I've said I think Pittsburgh's going to be better next year with Russell Wilson at the helm. I'm not a Russell Wilson guy, all right? I'm not. He's a good quarterback. He's not a great quarterback. He's a good quarterback. And he to me, this is what I said to Cody Decker on the show on Saturday. Kirk Cousins went from a dude that I think pretty much everybody with a microphone over the past couple of years spent more time mocking than loving on Kirk Cousins, right? You like that. Like, we were all making fun of Kirk Cousins. And then Netflix put out the quarterback documentary, and we're all like, oh, he's actually a pretty cool guy. He's a dork, sure, but like, he's that lovable, embraceable dork. We love him now because he's a dork. Everything about Russell Wilson's manufacturing. Everything is run through his PR firm. Everything is run through a social media filter. All of his little comments and like, this is what I said. Russell Wilson gets a lot of attention paid to him because he's a quarterback. Russell Wilson is the equivalent of one of these smoking hot chicks on Instagram that posts a lot of pictures in a bikini on a beach in Fiji, and then she puts the caption underneath it like, live your best life, love, live, laugh, travel. And she's like, she thinks everybody's following her because she's super inspirational. We're not following you because you're motivating. We're following because you're hot.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson, I am not following you for all your motivate. I'm following you because you're an NFL quarterback and what you do impacts one of my favorite things, which is football. Right. Everything about that guy comes across as manufactured and run through a filter, and it just gets like to be too much. But the guy's still a good quarterback. And Pittsburgh's going to be better for having him. So to go back to Nick and his take on Kenny Pickett, I have zero issue with Kenny Pickett wanting to get up out of Pittsburgh because he's not going to compete with Russell Wilson. He's not going to take that starting job. He's not that good yet. Could he develop? Sure. He's been playing on a team under a defensive guy as his head coach. Who knows what he's going to have when he gets to Philly and he's got a chance to play under an offensive head coach and an offensive coordinator. and behind Jalen Hurts, who has been successful in the National Football League, maybe that's enough to change the game. But then 2 days later, we see Pittsburgh make another move. And for a 6th-round pick, they go out there and they end up bringing in Justin Fields out of Chicago. Now, I've seen a lot of people who have been bashing on Chicago. Oh, all you got was a 6th-round pick. You waited too long. You thought the market was going to be better. Well, we're getting stories out. And this is the one positive thing I'll say about the Bears, aside from the fact that their next dome in Chicago is going to be domed over. Good job, Chicago. We saw Ryan Poles not too long ago say we want to do right by Justin Fields. We want to put him in a positive situation. And from what we understand, the Bears actually had more offers, but Justin Fields just wanted to go to Pittsburgh. That was just the place he decided to go. And why not, right? Like, Kenny Pickett could not take the starting job away from Russell Wilson. Justin Fields can. Justin Fields can. But the pressure is not on him there. The pressure was on him in Chicago, and I don't think he was able to thrive under it. The pressure is not on him in Pittsburgh. He gets to learn behind a guy who has had success in Russell Wilson. He gets to go play on a team that has never had a losing record. The pressure's not on him to succeed and thrive. He gets to play for a guy who has built some pretty good offenses over the years in Mike Tomlin. Don't love the offensive coordinator there, but like, whatever it is, what it is, the pressure's not on him to be the man in that spot. And if that's where he wanted to be, and Chicago said, yeah, it's not the draft pick that we wanted for this guy, but it's the best we're going to get, and we're doing right by a guy that, frankly, it's not entirely his fault. He didn't work out here. I'm good with it. So good on Chicago. That being said, you're running it back with Matt Eberflus. Nice. The rest of the league thanks you for that. Let's take a break. We'll come back. I got a few more stories I want to get to and through before we get up out of here for the day. Again, if you want to play in the 2024 edition of the Rob Brown Show Bracket Challenge, now's the time. Pop me an email, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. I will send you the link to join our annual bracket challenge. The winner will get the opportunity to host a segment on the show with me in the future. rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. If you want that invitation link, shoot me an email. We're back after this to finish up the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, I'm going to go refill the water bottle, kids. Y'all stay right there. Daddy's trying to stay hydrated today. BRB. All right, y'all, we're back. Thanks for hanging in there with us.
Steve, did Rob just refer himself to Daddy? Or as Daddy?
Yes, he did. And in third person.
You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 for sponsored jobs. Terms and conditions apply.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. Texter said, domes suck. No, they don't. Not in December, they don't. Not when it's pouring ass snow outside, they don't. Not when it's 4 degrees. Not
Negative
when it's
16 degrees.
so cold that fans are having to have toes and fingers amputated from going to the game. They don't. Listen, you can say what you want. But if you think you got the best Chiefs-Dolphins game you could have gotten out of that game, you're just wrong. You're just wrong. It just is what it is. You're just wrong. All right? Dome every stadium. There is a reason that Chicago, a city that prides itself on being tough, on being resilient, on, we actually love when it's 5 degrees outside and our pizza's terrible. I mean, good. Deep dish pizza sucks. A city that is so prideful in their toughness that they try to make their pizza thicker than yours as a way to show you how cool it is. They are doming their stadium. Why? Because they know you get the best out of a football team when it's not 2 degrees outside. It's it. End of conversation. The minute that the Chicago Bears said we're doming over our stadium is the minute that the argument about whether outdoor football is or is not better than indoor football immediately came to its conclusion. That's it. It's over. It's done. We're past it. All right? Chicago wants to dome their stadium. End of discussion. It is what it is. All right. Let's get to a couple more sports stories, shall we? This one I found kind of interesting. I found it interesting from the perspective of being selfish and talking about things that happen in my industry and within my job. A reporter that covers FC Cincinnati suspended by the team. And apparently they revoked the press pass of a local beat reporter by the name of Laurel Fowler, Pfahler, if you want to go look this up. According to reports, FC Cincinnati revoked the press credential of Laurel Fowler following a dispute over her reporting of some of the club's player transactions. The MLS club made a decision a week ago to revoke her credentials for 2 weeks. She covers the team for the Queen City Press. She communicated the suspension to her readers. FC Cincinnati countered with a statement that attacked her professionalism. It said in part that Fowler, quote, has failed to act in accordance with the standards and practices of the Society of Professional Journalists and the MLS Notice of Credentials Use Conditions. She refuses to accept responsibility for her actions, despite multiple conversations and attempts at working together to forge a productive relationship between her and the club. Out of professional decorum, we will not be sharing the details publicly. Fowler responded to that by saying, with a statement of her own, accusing Cincinnati of bullying her. She said, quote, I strongly disagree with the statement that I violated any journalism ethics or MLS credential guidelines. Last week, when I asked for examples as to why I had lost credentials, I was told 3 situations where I spoke to sources outside of the facility or team-approved interviews. I do not believe simply talking with sources within the team is how to cover a professional franchise. According to multiple sources with direct knowledge of the situation, Cincinnati took issue with the accuracy of Fowler's reporting relating to several player transaction stories. Those sources requested anonymity because they weren't authorized to publicly discuss the situation. Sources added that among Fowler's stories that the club objected to centered on the recent loan of Alvaro Barreal to Brazilian Serie A side Cruzeiro, in particular reporting by Fowler that Barreal's departure was not because he was unhappy with the club. The team also took issue with Fowler not reaching out to them to verify aspects of transfer stories. Sources also indicated that the credential use conditions Fowler is alleged to have violated center on Section 12, which states that bearer agrees not to create, transmit, display, distribute, exploit, misappropriate, or sell any description or account of the event for any commercial non-personal purpose. Cincinnati believes that Fowler violated the portion that refers to misappropriating any description or account. MLS declined to comment. This is a bit of a dicey situation here. It's a dicey situation because on one hand, she's correct. Covering a team should not rely simply on accepting team-approved sources and nothing else, because that is what we like to call propaganda. Okay? That's if someone says you may only listen to the entity and only what the entity has to say about the entity, 9 out of 10 times, the entity is doing something bad. Don't listen to only the entity. So as a journalist and as somebody who used to be one, I am no longer a journalist. I mean, I can perform in the role of a journalist, but I am an analyst. That is different. In the role of a journalist, for instance, when I was covering local news for a TV station, if there was a decision that was made in hypothetically, let us say, a local county meeting, I would go to that meeting, I would cover that meeting, I would hear what was said in that meeting, and then I would go talk to the other entities that decision impacted. So if they made a decision about I'm trying to come up with a story I covered. If they made a decision about a local sewage plant that was going to up its productivity and therefore up the amount of sewage that was coming into it, I would go talk to the homeowners that lived around that sewage facility. How has this impacted you? Has it impacted you? Et cetera, et cetera. I would go talk to experts in whatever field might be connected to that. What does this mean? How does this work? What is this facility capable of managing? Is it being overloaded, et cetera? That's what a journalist does. So if Cincinnati really did simply object to her talking to sources outside of FC Cincinnati, that's a bad look for the program. But there's another side of this as a journalist, which is if you're going to talk to sources, you better make sure that your sources are correct. You better make sure that your sources are knowledgeable. You better make sure that your sources actually have the information that they claim to have. Because if you go talk to hashtag sources and you get it wrong, then you are not trustworthy. If you are spreading misinformation about the team that you are covering, and you are doing it under the guise of hashtag sources. And you guys know in the industry I'm in now, I understand the importance of hashtag sources, but I also know there are a lot of people in my field that make up stuff and say they are bringing it to the table from hashtag sources as a way to throw hot takes out there, as a way to generate conversation. Oh, hot take. Dabo's telling his circle that he's leaving for Alabama. That's one I heard. My sources indicate that Dabo Swinney's leaving Clemson to go to Alabama. No, he didn't. He wasn't, right? A lot of people use that to generate information, because whether you like it or not, and this is, I love you all, your fault. Clickbait works. You want to know why there are so many clickbait journalists out there? Because you click on the bait. If you don't click on the bait, it wouldn't go anywhere, right? Make sure people are verifying their stuff. Now, if somebody like a Adam Schefter drops a hashtag sources, and I would say that's even a bad example because Shefty kind of betrayed our trust last year when it came out that he was running stories up the flagpole to NFL teams to get them approved. But if Wojbaum drops and he says sources indicate, Woj is right dramatically more than he's wrong. So I'm happy to listen to that. But if some local dude, and I'm putting myself on that level list, if I come on here one day and I say sources are telling me that, which I have done 2 or 3 times on this show, somebody told me that and I trust this person, you better make sure that those people are right.
Yeah.
On the flip side, if this lady was out there, if she's wrong about any of it, then yeah, FC Cincinnati has every right to go, nope, you were reporting incorrect stuff. If she goes out there and she says, this guy is leaving the team, he asked for a loan to Brazil, and he asked for a loan to Brazil because he's real unhappy with the direction of the ownership or management of this team. As a fan, that's an important story because it says your management, your coaching, your administration, your leadership, whatever, whoever, is running off valuable players. That's bad for your team. That's an important story to the fans. But if he goes and does an interview once he gets to Brazil and he goes, no, that's not true. I love my coaches. I love it. I just wanted to, this was an opportunity to play for my hometown club, or this was a opportunity. My mom's sick and I just wanted to come play in a year for Brazil so she could see me play. Or, I recognize that I'm a second shift guy in Cincinnati and I need to progress. So this was an opportunity to grow as a player. If any of those things turn out to be true and he's not unhappy, well, she has made FC Cincinnati look bad in the eyes of their fan base. And she's done it for her own gain, in which case I would agree with Cincinnati to suspend her. So the only point that I'm making here is vet your reporters. Vet your reporters, vet the people bringing you information so that you don't have situations like this that start to crop up and play out. We talked about that Justin Fields trade. Justin Fields, obviously now as of today, I think, QB2 for the Pittsburgh Steelers behind Russell Wilson. The Steelers really rolling the dice on this. But hey, if you got 2 quarterbacks expected to be good, you only need one of them to work out. In Rappaport, we had somebody in the stream back in the early part of the show who said the Bears did Justin Fields dirty. Apparently, not so much. In Rappaport has reported that the reason that, and I talked to this earlier, the reason that Justin Fields ended up in Pittsburgh is because that's where Justin Fields wanted to go. Rappaport put on Twitter yesterday, quote, important note on the Justin Fields trade. At least 4 additional teams inquired about trading for Fields, but Fields' representation asked for him not to be traded there. He wanted the Steelers, and the Bears did right by him. Good on Chicago. Good on Chicago. And I will tell you that this is important to Chicago, not just because they were moving on from Justin Fields, and there's a lot of folks out there who feel like what happened to Justin Fields ain't on Justin Fields, but it's on the organization. Good on them because there is another element to this. And that other element to this is your image within the free agency market is important. Remember a couple of weeks ago when the NFL report cards dropped and every team got graded based on head coach and facilities and travel and family care and yada, yada, yada. And I brought them up and I read the grades and I said, there's a couple of good things. In fact, despite the fact that as far as ownership goes, Carolina checked in, 27 out of 32 in terms of ownership. But the teams that checked out positively in terms of ownership were successful. Carolina did grade out well in terms of treatment of former players and this, that, and the other, and that's a good thing. The reason why is as these types of things are more widely and readily transmitted from player to player, when players are free agents and they get to decide where they go sign, your image, your reputation matters, right? If you're out there and you're looking for a new job and you talk to former employees of Company A and former employees of Company B, and Company A might pay a little bit more, but by and large, every employee that you talk to that worked there says it was a miserable experience. They micromanage. The boss is constantly up in your business. And Company B might pay a little bit less, but everybody that worked there said, I loved working there. I got the time off I wanted. I never felt pressured to overperform. Like everything was great. You might be willing to take a little bit less money to go work for job B because there are other things to life besides a paycheck, right? NFL players are the same way. It is important that your team have a positive image. And so for the Bears to do right by Justin Fields and be willing to take only a 6th-round pick to send him to the team that he wanted to go to, instead of having 5 teams all bidding. If you got 5 teams all bidding up for a player, that 6th-round pick, maybe it's a 2nd. Maybe it's a 2nd and a 4th. Maybe it's a 2nd and a 5th, whatever. But they didn't. They just took the 6 and said, this is where you want to go. That's not just a positive for Justin Fields, but it's a positive because if you're a free agent, as we've seen so many of them who are signing 1-year deals right now, right? Gambling on themselves. They are signing a 1-year deal. They are going to play for a team for 1 year. They're going to try to go outperform their contract so they get a fatter stack the next year. Well, I can look at Chicago now and go, okay, if I go to Chicago and they're willing to reward me, or I decide I'm going to, it doesn't work out, I want to go somewhere, they clearly did right by this guy. I can trust that they'll do right by me. These things are important. These are the little things when I talk about being a fan and grading out teams. And so many fans grade out teams based only on what they can do or only what they do on paper. There is a lot of intangibles out there, a lot of unspoken things, a lot of things that don't necessarily make it to the attention of fans. This is one of them. Over the next few years, if the Bears have some level of success in free agency, this is going to be a big reason why. All right, we got to run to a break. Before I do, Texter says, Rob, I can't take anything you say seriously after the moment you said that deep dish pizza sucks. Your opinion sucks. Let me be real clear about this. Deep dish pizza ain't pizza. It's a casserole, okay? I've been saying this for years. It's a casserole. If you have to put it inside of a bread bowl, which is what deep dish pizza is, it's a glorified bread roll surrounding melted cheese and, more importantly, a buttload of tomato sauce. That is just a tomato casserole and nothing more, all right? If I have to use a spoon to eat your pizza, it ain't pizza, my dude. Listen, I'm not saying deep dish sucks. I'm saying it sucks as a pizza. It's fine if I want a casserole. If I want to hurt my insides for a couple of months trying to digest a melted cheese and primarily tomato paste casserole, then it's fine. But on the scale of pizzas, it's like way down the list, my guy. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Yeah, man. Thin and crispy is better than deep dish. I just want, there's a reason that a regular pizza is there's a reason regular pizza is the regular pizza, right? Like, that's just it. Miss me with the deep dish take, says Henny. Listen, I get it. And I think it's a regional thing, right? It's absolutely a regional thing. But I don't know, man. I've done the deep dish. Now, I will say this. 2 things. Number 1, I've never done a deep dish in Chicago, right? I've never done deep dish in Chicago. And I've been told by people, don't judge Chicago pizza until you've been to Chicago and you get Chicago pizza. But here's the thing. I also have a lot of people in Chicago who say that deep dish is not Chicago style pizza. Like, deep dish is the style of pizza that comes from, or is a style of pizza that Chicago does well. But deep dish, if you say Chicago pizza, it is not by default deep dish pizza. I have not been to Chicago yet. It is on my list. I am hoping to get there. In fact, I have talked to the BetQL guys about potentially going up to Chicago and spending a weekend up there this season. I want to go to a Cubs game at Wrigley. I'd like to go to a White Sox game on the South Side. I'd like to hit them both in a weekend. And if I go, I will absolutely blast my way through the Chicago pizza scene. Okay? I will try. I will take a survey. I will ask every person I know who has ever been into or around Chicago where the pizza joint of choice is, and I will make sure I hit every one of the suggestions. What I'm saying is, if you give me the option of what style of pizza will be served in the Rob Brown household for dinner, deep dish is never going to get it. Never going to get it. It's casserole. Okay? It's casserole. And that's okay, but just call it casserole. It's a swimming pool for pepperoni is what it is. Henny checked in on the stream, said, miss me with the deep dish take. Let me be clear. I got friends from and in Chicago. And whenever this conversation comes up, they always say, Rob, deep dish is not Chicago-style pizza. We do the deep dish better than anybody else, but it is not Chicago-style pizza. That is not the pizza that people in Chicago eat. I very much hope to get to Chicago. Honestly, I hope to get to Chicago this year. If I do not make it this year, and the goal is to go up there, meet with the BetQL guys, spend a weekend with them, Mario and all those guys live up in Chicago, and hit a Cubs game at Wrigley and a White Sox game on the South Side. It's a summertime goal for me. I hope to make it. And if I go, I will be getting a list of recommendations because Chicago is known for its piazza. I will be getting a list of pizza recommendations from every one of y'all that's been to or is from Chicago. And I promise you, I will eat nothing but pizza while I'm there to give it a run, okay? But I'm telling you, in the Casa de Love, if the lady friend says we're getting pizza, you pick it, never is deep dish getting picked. It's never. It's a casserole, all right? It's a swimming pool for pepperoni. Just give me regular pizza. Just give me equal amounts cheese and tomato on a regular crust. Just give me a regular pizza, all right? And I'm gonna upset the Chicago folks even more. Actually, I'm gonna upset 2 communities at once. We went to Connecticut. I got told Connecticut pizza's the king of pizza. Connecticut pizza's better than New York pizza. It's not, dudes. They overcook it, all right? You know what Connecticut's special pizza is? They burn the bottom of it, so it's like crispy. That's not good. I don't want to have to actually, when I bite my pizza, I don't want to have to fight through it. All right. I don't want to have to actually, I want that pizza to just it just bites. All right. I'm not trying to get into a fist fight with my pizza. I'm also not trying to use a spoon for my pizza. All right. Listen, I'm just going to throw it out there. New York pizza is the best pizza. All right. It just is. New York pizza is the best pizza. Thick, Excuse me, not thick. Large slices of regular pizza is the way to go. It just is what it is. New York's got the best pizza. Again, I will pizza my way through the Windy City if and when that opportunity presents itself. But until I do that, you can go ahead and miss me with deep dish Chicago pizza is the best pizza. It's not. Hell, I wouldn't even say it's the best Midwest pizza. I've had Detroit pizza. Detroit makes a mean pizza. Detroit makes a good pizza. I'm right now today. Chicago pizza comes in second place to Detroit pizza, and I've never even been to Detroit. All right? It is what it is. That's it for us. Thank you all for listening and hope you enjoyed the radio broadcast. If you didn't, come back tomorrow. We're going to try again. We'll do it better. Brandon in for the great one. Appreciate the work. Lonzo will be back next Monday. I and Brandon will be back tomorrow to try again. We'll see how it goes. Thanks for listening. Full bracket breakdown. Pick our national champions on tomorrow's edition of the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Yeah. Oh, man. Good show. Had to fight through it today. But we did it. We got it. We nailed it. Stuck the landing. French judge gives it a 10. All right, my dudes and dudettes, we got to go. You're all spectacular people. I appreciate you being here and being part of the show. You make it better. Again, if you want in on the bracket challenge, email me, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. I will email you a link to get involved. Winner gets to host a segment with me here on the show, or gets to come on the air and tell me I suck and whatever else you want to say. All right? I'm not saying you have to be friendly. It can be fun. Anyway, thank you guys for being here. Appreciate it. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Have a lovely day. Goodbye.